Ah, y'all hear me? Y'all see me? Can I be seen? Can I be heard? Holla at your boy one time. Before we get into the proceedings this evening. Hope everything's good on y'all end, man. Hope we starting off this show on the right foot, man. AV is solid. That's what I like to hear. That's what I like to hear. Alright. Make sure everything is popped up right here. We got, let's throw everybody up one time. Let's see what we got up in here. We got Sim in the building. Let's throw you up one time. Big Philly style in the building. What up, though, player? Throw you up one time. My boy J894789 comma 948947 9 pound sign Q8494 diagonal arrow exclamation. Throw you up one time. Man, everybody up in here early, man. That's what I like to see. Minato in the building. What's happening? What's that, Wardy? Yeah, that's what I like to see. Them dynamites, them TNTs is up. TNTs is up. That's what I'm talking about, man. My boy Chuck in the building. Shout out to the POB boy. You know what I'm saying? That's familiar for sure. If you haven't done so already, man, their information is in the description. Holla at them. Get in touch with them immediately. Of course, we started off with our caffeinated beverage, man, to kind of warm everything up, give everybody a chance to get to their seats. Now I'm talking about my boy Merch in the building. Man, what's happening? What are you buying? What are you selling? My dog, my brother in arms, Agent in the building. Man, hold on. Yeah. 28 days. Street Fighter 6. The Fight Club Weekly. 28 days, man. I hope y'all ready. All right, we back. Let's throw that bot back on. We in here, though. We in here, man. Everybody in here, though. Everybody in here, man. Welcome. All right, we back. We back on shout out mode. Train in the building. What's happening with it? Wavy in the building. What's happening with it? Playoff. How you living? Man, everybody up in here, man. I appreciate that, man. Could have been spending your time anywhere else with anybody else, but you're here with me right now, and I appreciate that, man. We about to get this show on the road, and I'm talking about, because we got even more to go over. And normally I never miss out on the opportunity. To step on my boy Chuck's toes real quick. But I'm gonna let my dog breathe a little bit. Cause the more I've been seeing a sim out here. Man, fuck Sim. That's how I feel about it. Fuck him. He about to get his ass whooped, man. Dog, I'm telling you. The more footage I see, the less I'm worried, player. The less I'm worried, dog. That's how I feel about it. You know what I'm saying? Now that my boy here to hear it. Yeah, man, that's how I feel about it. Fuck Sim. That's how I feel about it. Yeah. We out here. See, yeah, you thought your boy was gonna have a weak moment, man. See, that's what, man. See, thought your boy was gonna have a weak moment right there. Say I'm basing that off CPU play? Nah. Because I know whatever I get from level 7 CPU is gonna be better than you. You know what I'm saying? So I'm good, man. All I gotta do is slap up level 8 CPU a little bit, and I know I'm straight. I'm cool. Like, man, I ain't worried about none of this. Yo, man, he's showing his age out here. He's showing his. Do y'all? I see why that teleport command is so easy to do. We gonna watch, but do y'all see how long it takes him to do that? Oh, he about to get slapped right out the sky. What? He stayed there. He telegraphed that joint like 2 seconds before he actually do it. Like that's just crazy. I was like, wow. I'm like, yo, man, do you want to be any more obvious that that's what you're doing, player? But all right, cool. I digress. We don't get into it. But I had to show some love to my boy Chuck real quick. You know what I'm saying? My boy in the building. We don't get this spirits up, man. You don't get this, man. Yeah, man. You ain't gonna be struggling around me. You ain't gonna be struggling around me, dog. Said, can't wait to expose that character, man, dog. I can't wait for you to. This week been brutal. Yo, man, we almost done though, baby. We almost done though. You know what I'm saying? Said, I love my job, but damn, yo, I feel you. Yo, man. Yo, man. Especially if you deal with people. If you dealing with people, with the public, woo, man, you gonna have them days, man. You gonna have them days. You gonna have them weeks. May even have them months. This is starting to heat up. It's getting hot. Folks don't know how to act when the weather start breaking. Let me turn my AC on. I know. Once I have both these computers going, it's gonna get reckless. Man, I feel you, bruh. And don't nobody know how to act, man. We in May now. And I know we here, we gonna get the Street Fighter, but no, we like to talk about everything over here, right? And it's been a thing like ever since, 2020, and everybody knows what happened in 2020, right? We don't need to go into it. I don't know what words are banned or outlawed on this platform, so I'm not gonna say the words. Everybody was here for it, y'all remember. But 2020 had, serious, not just health effects, but psychological effects on a lot of people. And, like you get, whether you're talking about, cabin fever, triggering a whole lot of people's abandonment issues, things like that, man. And now that people are getting back outside more, a whole lot of untreated issues from those situations are manifesting themselves in very weird ways once they start interacting with others again. So despite the fact that I know these motherfuckers are crazy, I try to be a little bit more understanding and empathetic as I keep my distance from them, because I know that they probably went through a very, very historic moment that had very, very serious ramifications on not only their physical and not only their emotional, because of who knows what happened with their families, but psychological. There are a lot of people that just didn't know what to do once they just had to stay in the house for weeks at a time. And this part. They had to be stuck in the house with their kids with no breaks. That's probably the most time that a whole lot of these people spent with their kids on a consecutive basis ever since like the kids was born. So with their spouses, with their kids, it's psychological effects. They manifest themselves when they interact with other people that are frontline people working with the public. You get paid however much you get paid to deal with any motherfucker that just pop up. Who knows what kind of issues any random customer could be bringing to your table. Any given caller could bring to your table. In some type of way, you're about to get carpet bombed with a whole bunch of issues out here that ain't got nothing to do with you. And you can't say nothing about it because you can't get fired. So I get it, man. Yo, man. Yo, Chuck, I don't know what you do, man. If you do anything that deals with people, man, I always not only salute, but I pray for those people. You know what I'm saying? Man, for real. Now, I'm off my soapbox. We can get back to business. But I felt the need to say that because, I obviously, I still go out and I talk to people, and I worked with the public. Let me say for ever since I was 15 years old, all the way up until 2019. So however long that was, but the better part of about 20 something years. But 21 years, 2 decades, give or take. Man, people were crazy before the pandemic. I can only imagine what people are coming out of it. Man. Man, whatever it is, you say you deal with the public, Chuck, man. I'll tell you this, man, whatever they pay you, it ain't enough. Whatever they pay you, it's still not enough. Like, man, I ain't in here about to count your money. I ain't counting your pockets, but for what you have to put up with to deal with people now in today's day and age, they need to look out more for you. I put that on everything. Said shout out to the teachers and daycare workers. Facts. Teachers, man. Because I mean, like, I'm not even gonna get into everything as far as like the teachers and all that, but just all of the inherent hazards. And we're talking about psychological issues. You know what I mean? Like, we're talking about psychological issues. A lot of kids, a lot of adults even bring those psychological issues to schools in a lot of different ways. Now, I'm not even going, like get into that, because I don't know what the hot button topic or the hot button words are, but a lot of those instabilities manifest themselves within the walls of schools. And I pray for students, I pray for teachers, man. I really do, man. Said people don't know what they don't know what they have to deal with someone else's kids. Yeah, for real. Yeah, parents gotta, man. Yeah, man. They did. They spent more time with their kids than they ever had. More time with their spouses than they ever had. So I say divorce went up. Divorce went up too. So you going to school to be a teacher? Are you, Sim? Respect, man. Say they pay me good, but I really dislike people. Okay, you got a government job. Okay, I mean, that's what's up. But like you said, you deal with people, man. Yeah, you dealing with people, bro. Man, whatever it is, man. Yo, man, I'm always campaign. Yo, man, pay my dog Chuck more. Pay him even more. He getting paid great, but man, pay my dog more. I'm always campaigning for my people to get as much as they can out of it. Rob that cookie jar blind. But yeah, man, I just felt the need to say that, because I mean, like, we talk about real shit over here too. You know, like Unapologetic is just that, man. We have episodes that are generally catered towards a given subject, and hopefully we eventually get there. I'm trying to get better with that. But hey, man, we just kick it over here. We just kick it. That's why, like, you know, I don't even put the logo. I don't put the logo of the game up. I don't put nothing pertaining. Like, it's my logo. It's me. It's my show, Unapologetic. My name is in the show title. So it's basically here listening to me vent about whatever's going on at the time. We may or may not get to the subject in the title. We may not. But I appreciate people just coming up here kicking it with the kid. You know, and that was weighing on me. When I saw that my dog was having a struggling week, man, I was like, nah, man. I'm gonna have plenty of time to talk about how I'm gonna whoop his ass next month. We gonna get my dog right. We don't get my dog right. We gonna kick it with my dog real quick. You know? I'm gonna have plenty of time to talk about how I'm just gonna completely dismantle him next month in about 28 days or so. Right now, it's about making sure my dog, the person on the other side of that screen is good, man. 'Cause I care about that person. I know that person. You know what I'm saying? That's my dog over there. He said battle of the professors. That battle of the professors. That's what's up. That's what's up. Cheers to that. Man, oh man, let me bump this joint up in my headphones, bro. Man, this joint. Yeah, when them synths come in, that joint be like that. Yeah, get that a little more bump. Get that a little more bump. All right. But yeah, man. We about to jump in. We about to jump into what we about to jump into. We got a lot to talk about, man. There's been, you know, as more information has come out, right? As more information has come out, you know, over the course of the last few days, we've gone over a lot of it. There's been, you know, quite a bit of conversation about, you know, modern controls and the advantages that it offers. Apparently, depending on the character you play, hey man, half your toolkit is worth giving up for what you gain. You know, you can still get the full damage. You can still get full damage from, you know, if you do the command yourself. So it's exactly like DNF. It's exactly like DNF. If you playing modern controls, you can input the command manually and get all the benefits from the classic controls. But if you want to use the shortcuts, you get those inherent nerfs, drawbacks that come with modern controls. But hey, it's your option. Now, there's no way of getting around the fact that, you know, your normals kit and your command normals kit, which is very, very extensive for seemingly each character, those are inevitably going to be nerfed because you have less buttons to push. But depending on how you operate, how you move with said character, you may not need them. You may not need them. There are a lot of people out there who think that modern controls need to be nerfed even more, because in the hands of somebody who really knows what they're doing, i.e., you know, the Punks of the world, the Idoms of the world, the Menards of the world, the Justin Wongs of the world, right? This type of ease of access to certain things could be very, very dangerous in the wrong hands, or depending on your perspective, the right hands. So we're gonna talk about it. We'll discuss it. I think it's at the bare minimum a discussion to have. Now, of course, we don't have enough information to definitively render a verdict one way or the other, but I think we have enough information nonetheless to at least start a conversation. And I think it's an interesting conversation to have. So, going forward, to start today's class of the real Metro City Academy, not you know, not that other stuff, because we actually try and, you know, teach people and educate people just a little bit, and not just have, you know, beta 8 demonstrations of nothing. Shout out to them for doing it, but can't call it academy if you ain't really teaching nobody nothing, you know. But I digress. Over here, I want you to walk away. If you don't walk away learning something, just walk away with a different perspective on things at the very least. You know what I'm saying? Just a different perspective. There's something to think about. A devil's advocate even. And before we get into it, like Wavy said earlier, if you'd be so kind, hit the like button. We're off to an incredible start, and I have a feeling that if you hit the like button, you won't regret it. You know, it's just a hunch. But if you don't end up liking it, you can take your like back. Just hold on to your receipt to your like. If your like makes that big of a difference, take your like back on your way out if you ain't feeling it. If you ain't feeling it, that's fine. Take your like back. But at least throw your boy a like on good faith, because we here, we vibing, we kicking it, and we learning. Say you retracted your like, hey, you need to retract your physical appearance, everything about it. You need to retract your face. You need to retract them razor thin South Park bigger, longer, and uncut flappy head looking lips. You need to retract that cock eye that allows you to stand on the front porch and still see the backyard. You need to retract all that. Retract all that before you retract the like, player. How about that? That's how I feel about it. You the only motherfucker that need fun house mirrors in order to get dressed. Cause you got one eye that's just running laps all around the goddamn room all the time. So you need a mirror to cover the whole coverage area that your eye be on. Anyway, we gonna talk about that first. Yo, what up, D? How you living, man? Appreciate you pulling up, dawg. You're just in time, baby. You're just in time, dawg. Oh, for those who didn't see, yeah, your boy is rocking. Your boy is rocking the Kimberly shirt out here. Your boy rocking the Kimberly shirt out here. Gotta rock that. They stand on the front yard but still see the backyard, for sure. For sure. Yeah, but yeah, man. Since we all here, we all congregated, man. Seem like everybody here is comfortable in their seats, man. Everybody here comfortable in their seats. We can go ahead and get this show on the road, man. That need that Kim shirt? I got you. I'll shoot you the link for it. I got a Kim and I got Cammy. I had to get Cammy, of course. Of course I had to get Cammy. I was gonna rock Cammy, but I wore my other Cammy shirt last week. So I just thought, like today, the second man gonna get some love. Cause I mean, some people that have been around me long enough, they know that for the most part, outside of Bison, I play female characters in every single game. Every single fighting game. Every single fighting game, female characters. That's how I do. Whether it be Ivy, whether it be Melina and Katana, obviously Cammy, Kimberly, Katarina on Tekken 7. Before that, I played Ling Xiaoyu. I mean, even though I will say this, I played Bison and Brian Fury, and Ermac. Those are the three dudes that I did main, either consistently or at least at some point in time. But for the most part, like primarily, I run females. So I love my female characters. Sindel's another one. I ran Sindel on MK11 for a minute, but yeah, man. I love my female characters, so I always got to hold them down, man. That's always been my archetype. And Chun, I run Chun also. I run good old Chunners. So I need to copy them graphic tees. I got you. Yeah, well, I'll post that join the Discord. I posted in the Discord after stream. I got you. Yeah, that ain't nothing. I spread the wealth to my brothers and sister. We almost done with our beverage, which means time to get to work, man. Before I do that, man, I'm just gonna open up Twitter, make sure I ain't got no retweets, nothing like that to do. Yep, all right. I think I'm all caught up. All right, we on. So I remember you said Jun Kazama. Actually, first Tekken character I ever learned. On Tekken Tag Tournament. That was the first Tekken I ever played. I had never played Tekken 1, 2, or 3. Yo, Titanfall in the building. Man, that's the homegirl right there, man. That's the homegirl. Yo, how my dog? How's my dog? How he eat? What he grubbing on? Holla at your boy. You know I gotta check in before we even get it cracking. How's Taz eat? How's he eat? Said been eating a lot of strawberries. Yo, man, that's what's up. That's what's up. You know, like the weather's starting to get warm, so I get it. I get it. You know, you gonna get a little more fruit in your system. I've been eating some strawberries too. Great minds think alike. I like that. I've been eating my strawberries with pineapple out here. Yeah, that's what I'm talking about. That's what I'm talking about, man. Shout out to my dog. That's the sneak grit, man. Yeah, man. Sound like a person. Sound like a person. Sound like a kid. You sneak the vegetables in there. You sneak the vegetables in. Hey, here. Pretend it's chocolate. Yeah, that man. Shout out to my boy. Shout out to my boy, holding it down, man. Up here eating this strawberry, man, just like me out here, man. Yo, man, that brings a smile to my face. That brings a smile to my face, man. Now we can really get this show on the road. Probably got like one sip left. Man, matter of fact, while we all doing that, man, I'm gonna see. Let me pull up my email one time. See if I still got this link right here. If I got the link like immediately accessible, I'm gonna look out. I can look out. I can drop that joint now. See, public was it? Let me see. Might be under this email. Let me see. Yeah, I think that's it. All right. Yep, that's it. All right, bet. Go ahead, throw this up for y'all real quick, man. Go ahead, do the Laos work for the crew real quick. Oh, they got everybody now. Oh, they got everybody. They got another Cammy. They got rappers too. That DMX one is hard. Yeah, I'm gonna go ahead and post this link in the chat for y'all. You know, for anybody who want it, go ahead and look out. There we go. For anybody who's interested in the shirt, you know, that's a TeePublic page that I got my shirts from. And I'll probably be getting that other Cammy shirt from, you know what I'm saying? Probably got to get that DMX too. That DMX joint they got is hard. But yeah, man. Yo, my boy Q in the building. What's happening with it, man? Appreciate you pulling up, dog. Said Budenholzer gone? He should be. He should be gone. To be honest, like if it wasn't for the fact that they won the championship 2 years ago, He should have been gone. He should have been gone after that season. He prolonged his job by winning the championship. He prolonged the inevitable, man. Cause ever since then, man, he been tripping. He always made some questionable decisions, even during the run that they turned into a ring. He was still tripping. Indeed, don't even trip, dog. Don't even trip, man. That's nothing. That's light. That's light right there. Yeah, that's light right there, dog. Don't even trip. But yeah, man, that T Public link is where I got this Kimberly shirt. That's where I got, one of my cami joints. It's gonna be where I get my other cami joint from. Anytime I see a cami shirt, I gotta cop. If I see a fly cami joint, I just like, yo, man, I can't do it. Yeah, man, I gotta go ahead and spend that money like Train on Fortnite. I can't resist it. I can't resist it. You know what I'm talking about? Got Sensei in the building. What's happening with you, dog? No more GG. Womp, womp, womp. Just hands and feet. Just hands and feet, man. 28 days, man. 28 days. Say it was your birthday. It wasn't your birthday that other time you was spending that money. You spent, man. Come on, Train, man. Come on, man. Kill the cap. Kill the cap. In 2023, that ain't even where it's at. That ain't even where it's at in 2023, man. Kill your cap. Cut your cap down. You know what I'm saying? My cap intake is at 0. You know what I'm talking about? You've been spending that money. You've been spending that money, man. Don't play with me. Don't play with me. I know you. I know you. Don't play with me. You've been spending that money. No cap space. I'm the Golden State Warriors right now. I'm into the luxury tax right now. No cap space. Now I'm talking about. Yo, my dog, Ant Dog in the building. What's happening? Let's throw you up one time. Shout out to the Trap House Gamers, always doing the Lord's work as of late every Wednesday evening. Check with him for the time, but Wednesday evenings, you know. But yeah, man, glad to have you, man. I just finished my beverage. We're about 40 minutes in. We're about 40 minutes in already, man. We've been talking this long, man. All right, cool. Well, we're gonna get this show on the road, man. We got a lot of information to potentially unpack, discussions to have, perspectives to both give and receive. You know? Over here, I like to think that we are an open-minded bunch, that we can have dialogue, respectful dialogue with each other. Give me a moment. Woo! Woo! Man, that's one thing about May. Destroys my allergies. So yeah, if I have to mute my mic from time to time to get these sneezes out, forgive me in advance. I said just got home. Man, hour and 20 minutes, man. Yo, that is not a game, bruh. That is not a game. Yo, man, glad you made it back to the to the fortress safely. You know, glad you spending a little bit of your clock left in your day with your boy. And I'm gonna try and make it worth it, man. Got some Blanca content. Don't know if you've seen it or not. Maybe you have. If so, we'll just rehash a little bit, but we can just go over things a little bit more in detail, you know? Said, Swain, how much you spent on V-Bucks? Man, she ain't gonna tell the truth. She ain't gonna tell the truth. Man, she ain't gonna tell the truth, man. She ain't gonna, cause she like to downplay the fact that she out here spending that money. She out here spending that money willy-nilly and then try and downplay the fact that she doing it. She this her line. This her line. I didn't buy that. That was gifted to me. That was gifted. That was gifted to me. I didn't spend that money knowing she spent that money. That's just crazy to me. That's just crazy. Like she be thinking she could just get over on everybody. That she can just tell everybody any old thing to disguise the fact that she out here spending that money. That's crazy. See, you watched some Blanca on your stream yesterday? Okay. Yeah, I was in and out, because I ain't gonna front. Anybody that's playing Star Wars, I have the stream up, I have it tabbed, but I'm kind of like, because I know how you do, and you don't care about spoiling somebody else's experiences as long as you've experienced it. You don't care. So like I'm on my own when it comes to, you know, preserving my spoilerness out here. I gotta just handle that. But yeah, man, you can definitely do some trickery with them. You can definitely do some trickery with Blanca, man. Said definitely want to hear your take on it. Yeah, man, we gonna definitely unravel some of that, man. We gonna unravel some of that. Sis gave herself, yeah, man, she gave herself the gift. Yeah, she was treating herself. She was like, yo, man, I deserve this. Let me go out. Let me spend this money. Like I couldn't see her mannerisms, but I know that's what she was probably doing. She was like, yo, man, I earned it. I deserve this. Let me go ahead, man. Go ahead and spend this money. This money ain't nothing. Ain't nothing to a boss. Spend this money. So you was playing side missions. I can't tell the difference. Dog, man. I don't be known with you, dog. I don't be known with you. Say you only live once. That is true. So I can understand my spoiler guy rep gonna follow me. Yo, man, you did this. You did this, bruh. You did this, dog. I mean, dog, you still bro, but at the same time, dog, hey, man, I know what time it is when it comes to some new shit on the streets. I know how you roll. I know how you roll. So, I mean, like, hey, man, you ever need anything? And anything I'm capable of doing for my dog, man, that's nothing. But one thing I know, stiff arm ant when it comes to some new shit hitting the street. If you care about experiencing something firsthand on your own, you gotta stiff arm the fuck out of it. Yeah, you gotta hit Ant with the Marshawn Lynch stiff arm. You know. Other than that, man, that boy solid as a rock. But at the same time, he will completely fuck up your experience when it comes to some new shit. New episodes of shows, video games, whatever else. Said Dallas, man, Dallas did not name him Goatee Boy. Yeah, man, like, man, Again, Train, kill that cap. Don't, man, I ain't gonna allow you. I ain't gonna allow you to be putting you know, craziness on Dallas' name like that. Dallas, man, ain't no way Dallas walking around saying goatee boy. Nah, man, you ain't gonna do that to my dog, man. You definitely ain't doing that. So you have to walk that back immediately. The non-binary part, all right, cool. You ain't gonna put goatee boy on my dog. You ain't doing that. All right. See, that's why I gotta be here whenever you say something, because you will provide the most inaccurate representations of whatever took place. You add things that weren't there and you leave out important details of things that did. That's why I must be here at all times to clarify the things that you relate to other people. That shit's crazy. Crazy. Say, yo, and has anyone wanted to square up for spoiling something? Yo, man, I hope not. I hope not, man. Yeah, I hope that ain't the case. All right, man. We almost 50 minutes in, man. We almost an hour in. I appreciate y'all, you know, sticking it out with me real quick as I finish my beverage, got myself together. You know, now you don't get the show on the road. Q, actually I did, man. Yeah, I did check it out. I checked it out the day he dropped it. Man. Extremely dope. You know, like you said, you know, very insightful. And one thing that, you know, amongst other things, but one thing that, you know, like I have the utmost respect for when it comes to my brother Sin is that he provides a lot of jewels that can be applicable to pretty much anything in life. You know, like in his journey, a lot of the, you know, the advice, the tidbits of information, the XP, the jewels that he dropped pertain to his journey in filmmaking and to others that potentially wanted to take that journey. But you take filmmaking out of it, you can plug in any pursuit of anything. It will absolutely require that same amount of discipline that he's speaking of. That same type of discipline, that same type of, you know, dedication, time management skills, time management ability, and a realistic sense of self-awareness. You know, that's one thing, you know, he brought up, you know, just having a realistic sense of self-awareness about realizing, like, do you have what it takes to take this journey and do the necessary things for you personally to be successful in it, not what the next person does. Because one thing that a lot of people love to do, they love to take another person's experience and apply it to themselves as if your situation is the same as theirs. It's not. You don't know the same people. You don't have the same things. You're not in the same places most of the time. Your situation is different from that person that you're comparing yourself to. So, I mean, that could be a benefit or a detriment, depending on your situation. But you have to ask yourself and be 100% honest with yourself, saying, do I have what it takes to go through my own personal journey to get what I want? Be honest with yourself. You ain't got to answer that question for anybody else. Do it off camera. You know, look yourself in the mirror while you're washing your face. Hopefully motherfuckers still washing their face out. Hopefully you're still washing your face. But ask yourself that question, silently or aloud. Do I personally have the stamina, the patience, the discipline, the time to give this what it needs for it to grow? You know, because there are a lot of people that, you know, they'll be around to pick the fruit, but they won't be around to plant the seed. You got to be there to plant the seed, not just pick the fruit, not just reap the benefits of what was planted. Do you have what it takes to go through the process? Do you have what it takes to enjoy the process? To appreciate the little victories, the wins, the losses of the process before you ultimately get to whatever it is you define as success? Ask yourself that. Shout out to my brother for so eloquently expressing that on film and expertly capturing it on film. My brother never ceases to amaze me, man. I man, sincerely, no pun intended, man, I love that dude, man. I love that dude. But yes, I absolutely watched that video, man, and it's absolutely what I would expect from him at this point. It's absolutely what I expect. Say, you're back, your internet went down. Welcome back. Glad to have you. The place is better with you. So I know a bit off topic, right after we check out the Blanca footage, I saw Chrono Odyssey. That, yo, man, I was talking to Bats about that, man. Shout out to Bats. Matter of fact, Bats up in here. Let me throw you up one time. If you haven't done so already, man, the link to his channel is in the description also, man. Do yourself a favor, hit my boy up. But yeah, Q, I actually saw the trailer to that. I saw it on Twitter, and then I saw Bats had also posted in the GCG Discord, and you know, like we had you know, a little bit of a conversation about it, but it looks good. Like that game looked fire. Bruh. Said, not gonna lie, I don't even play MMORPGs like that, but I definitely play that, man. All right, Sim, we'll see. All right, man, we'll see. I hear you, dog. I hear you, man. I hear what you're saying. Said, much appreciated. Yo, man, that's nothing, man. You TNTs, man. You TNTs, dog. Said, lurking and working. Hey, man, I hear you. Said 5-man parties. Yo, that's the fire part. Man, that's the fire part right there. So like if you have 5-man parties, that means they're gonna be throwing shit at you that requires 5-man parties. I can only imagine what they throw at you, bruh. If they show what they showed in trailers, man, just imagine what they didn't show. But yeah, man, I'm looking forward to that game, man. I need a date. I need a date for that. Said, yup, and the classes, man, I know. I want to play that sorcerer class, man. I'm trying to see what that hit for. So I can see they have class specifics. Yeah, they do. Yeah, they do. I can see myself either being a healer or a sorcerer. Either black or white mage, one of the two. So what do you think of Crimson Desert? I was very excited about it in 2020, 2021. Just waiting to see more. Just waiting to see more. Yeah, it's just waiting. Just waiting. But yeah, I did like what I saw of it. I did like what I saw of it though. You know, like sooner or later, man, they gotta let us know what's happening, because it seemed like it had a definitive date or a target that they wanted to hit, and then next thing you know, it's indefinitely delayed and we ain't heard nothing. I don't know if there was engine issues. Probably switching to Unreal 5. You know, we'll see. We'll see, but I am excited about it. I am excited about, you know, seeing what they got in the tuck for us. But yeah, that game, it did look fire. It did look fire. And I mean, and that's the thing, like the last time I saw it, it looked good. So that's what I'm going to hold on to. I'm glad that they're taking the time to indefinitely delay it, rather than release that joint in a incomplete, bugged up piece of trash. Rainfall. Oh man, allergies kicking my ass. 'Tis the season. Take all the time you need, develop the product, get it together. We'll be here. I'll be playing Street Fighter 6 until y'all ready. As soon as y'all ready, show it to me. I'll be here. I'll be here to assess the product accordingly when y'all are ready to show it. So AKA vaporware. You know what? I'd rather have vaporware than waste of money wear that hits the market too soon. Because that is the growing trend in the industry right now. That people will just push some bullshit out. No more. I know a lot of people are having a great time with Jedi Survivor. Cool. But that joint should not have been released when it was. It shouldn't have. Shouldn't have been there. You know, the fact that Callisto Protocol launched with the issues that it did shouldn't have came out when it did. This is a growing trend that needs to be taken care of right now. Absolutely needs to be taken care of, man. So you know what? If you spotted something, or you feel like this joint needs some extra work, polish that joint up. Polish that joint up before you take my money. I'm cool with that. I'm cool with that. I'd rather have vaporware that doesn't take my money than have some don't work wear that takes my money and then say, hey man, we'll fix it in a minute. After they done taken my money. I ain't trying to finance y'all fixing the game. I'm trying to finance the finished product of said game. Or at least as close to as finished as possible. An operational product of said game. Off my high horse. Off my high horse. But I hate this trend right now. I hate this trend that they just say, hey man, we gonna take y'all money and we'll fix it in a couple weeks, man. Just stay tuned. Oh, you thought the stream went out? Let me just make sure I'm good. All right, that joint's still green. That joint's still green. Ain't nothing froze up. All right. All right. Seem to be cool. All right. That worried me for a minute. All right. Said we don't want it, man. No, we don't want another red bar, bruh. We don't want that. We don't want that, man. So I'd rather games be delayed and ready for our consoles and PC than play games that need all these patches. Absolutely. 100%. And I mean, I get it. Like we live in the day and age in which games can be patched. And it's impossible to test for everything. Like, we as day one purchasers or week one purchasers, month one purchasers, we are a greater, process of beta testing than anybody they could ever hire. They can't hire 1 million people to play games however they play them while they're developing. I get it, cool. But some of these things are absolutely things that they could have avoided. You know your game is performing under par. Where somebody who has a 4090 can't get the game to run at 60 frames per second. Man, come on, man. Come on, man. You know what you're doing. You know what you're doing, man. When you got a 12 teraflop console that can't run a game at 1440p at 60 frames per second at no cost. It just can't do it. There aren't enough settings that you could dial down to get that joint running optimally at 60 frames per second. It don't need to come out. Don't need to come out. It's not ready for market yet. There are certain standards in 2023 that need to be adhered to at all times. No exceptions. No exceptions. So minor patches are cool, but if the patch is basically a whole game, should have just delayed it. Absolutely. 100%. 100%. And too often at a time, it's brand new game patches. A lot of these patches be like 10, 15 gigs. Like, come on, man. Like the Callisto Protocol patches. Come on, man. Come on, man. We gotta tighten up over here, man. We gotta tighten up. Said, like, not lying to your consumers, saying you will produce all next-gen titles, right? And reneging for 30 frames per second. Exactly. And then you got Big Philly style getting out here in front of the world saying that that AAA blockbusters that don't affect the market share. That ain't got nothing to do with why Xbox is where they are. It comes from the top down. Pause. Like, it's been saying it for a long time. The issue is leadership. I don't completely blame these studios. I blame the management of them. That's the issue. That's the issue, unfortunately. Oh man, the Redfall AI, man, I don't even want to see it. I don't even want to see it. I can only imagine. I don't even want to see it. Said the way gaming is going now, I'm super selective of day one purchases. Now that games are costing more. I mean, you have to be. I mean, it's being a smart consumer. It's being a smart consumer. Like, nowadays, if you're asking for more money, what you get as a consumer needs to be congruent to that. Said we in the beta gamer era, basically. Like, you can ship broken games and fix them later. Like, development actually extends 6 months beyond release now. So are you saying games don't move console? Yo, man, the Game Pass effect, man. Like, he sounds like somebody who is 100% forced to buy into this subscription model. You know, despite the fact that Xbox is literally the proof otherwise. Let's take PlayStation out of it. Let's take Nintendo out of it. Xbox is the reason why that doesn't apply. Halo Infinite didn't sell Xboxes. Not in droves. So yeah, he's going to say that. He's going to say that. We're gonna ignore the fact that, you know, that God of War Ragnarok sold as much as it did and how many PlayStation 5s it sold with it. We're gonna forget the fact that Miles Morales sold as many PlayStation 5s as it did. There were a lot of people, excuse me, pardon me. There were a lot of people that got on Miles Morales because it didn't sell much out of the gate. Discounting the fact that PlayStation 5s were harder to come across than winning lottery tickets. And as soon as PlayStation 5s would become more available throughout the course of the year, throughout the following year, Miles Morales even sold more. Horizon sold more. All of these games, people were waiting until they had PlayStation 5s in order to play. So you can't say that software does not drive the hardware when that has literally been the case since the birth of the industry. But when you are invested into an agenda, into an initiative, Game Pass, those are the things that you have to say, even when you know they're false. That man looks stressed. That man didn't want to say that. He didn't want to say that stuff. He has to say that. He has to say that because imagine Phil walking back into those board meetings, because Phil has bosses too. Imagine him walking back into them board meetings and completely trashing the initiative that they have invested in for the last 6 years. Imagine him doing that. So I sympathize with Phil to a certain extent because he has to go out there and continue to lie. This ain't the first lie he told. This ain't the first lie. But he has to continue to lie. That man's stressed. I give Phil Spencer 18 months at the most. That man looking for the escape hatch. He looking for the escape hatch right now. So that's a very disturbing statement from the leader of the Xbox game division. Absolutely. There might be time to consider a replacement. Bam. I think that's already in motion. I think that's already in motion. Said Game Pass, the Tubi of gaming, man. Facts. That the only games we can actually rely on to stay consistent nowadays are fighting games. That's a whole fact. That's a whole fact. I mean, unless it's, unless it's a first party release, if that joins a first party release from PlayStation or Nintendo, I trust it. But otherwise, man, you can't, man. Everything gotta have a side eye. Says so physical releases at a constant rate that are great games to play is the key to selling consoles. Man, imagine that. Who'd have thunk it, Who'd have thunk it? Wow. Quality games. Releasing at a reasonable rate and time. When did that start happening? start happening. That's crazy. Said conspiracy theory. Phil said what he said what he did, man. Try and get that ABK deal approved. Yo, man, that's a wrap, bro. That's a wrap, bro. Said they just got to start hiring people who don't know how to lead a console development company. They've done plenty of that. They've done plenty of that already, man. They didn't hire people that don't know what they're doing. So I think they're grooming Sarah Bond. Hey, man, I'll be on board of that. Said Phil looked like he had an interview right after going bankrupt. He really did. Yo, man, that man looked hurt. That man looked hurt, man. That's a whole fact. That man, he did not want to go up there and talk to these people. Like, it's been a rough couple weeks for that man. I'm like, yo, man, Redfall happened. The $70 billion acquisition that y'all been fighting for the last year and a half got denied. Now you got to get up here and address the world, player. Man, that man ain't slept since March. Yo, man, I'm laughing, man, but that's a tough pill to swallow, man. Oh, stop hiring. I got you. He said it seemed like that's all they've been hiring. Facts. He said even Paris looks stressed. Yeah, man. He says it's not his company, but hey, man, it kind of is. You know, it kind of is. Listen, hey, man, you know. Hey, Bats, come on now. You know internet gon' internet. He indulges in internet gon' internet. You know, like, it's not his company, but let him tell it. It's his company. Internet gon' internet, man, and he indulges in internet gon' internet as much as the rest of them. He said, where's Avowed, Hellblade 2, Everwild, Fable? Yo, man. What was that V word you said earlier, man? Perfect Dark, you know? What was that V word you said earlier? Things quite applicable to all of those titles you just named, sir. Vaporware, that's it. That's the one. Yeah, and you made 16 albums with that on the front, and they bump. That's the one. Man, I don't think none of them joints exist, man. All them joints, they were in development at the time they showed the trailer, man. I don't think they didn't touch none of them. I don't think they didn't touch none of them. They don't exist. But man, I'm let me see. Go ahead and I'm gonna take a brief break. I done drank a lot of liquids. Before and during the stream. So I'm gonna take a brief break. When we come back, we're gonna jump into some Street Fighter 6 light analysis. Cause I ain't no rocket surgeon, you know. I ain't no brain scientist, you know. But we gonna have some conversation about certain things that we see. Just conversation. That's all. So yeah, man. I shall return shortly. You know. Talk amongst yourselves. I won't make you wait. very long. Hellblade 2, man, that joint. The last thing they showed about Hellblade 2 was concept art, photos. They out here, yo, man, we out here in Antarctica. Boom. They're doing it for the gram. Man, that joint ain't nowhere near done. They showed a trailer. They showed a trailer, then dropped some concept art. That trailer was what, 2 years ago? Was it 2 years ago? Or was it last year? I don't remember. That trailer might have been last year. I don't remember. But either way, man. It's been way too long, man. That joint is out of there. I don't even care about the game no more. And I like Hellblade. I don't even care about the game no more. But when I get back, we're gonna jump into action. But till then, talk amongst yourselves. Wake up, wake up. Wake up, wake up. All right, we back. I hope my absence did not did not depress you too much. Cause we back. We about to get ready. Had to refill my water glass too. We was talking about that weather breaking. Yo, man, it's hot. It's hot. But oh, my boy back too. My boy back, man. Perfect time. Perfect time. We don't jump right into it, man. We're gonna stop playing with it. We're gonna stop playing with it. Before we change scenes, man, everybody hit that button for me. And we about to jump into the real deal. Appreciate it, Q. Appreciate it, Q. It's good that, man, it's good to have you back in the mix, man. Your presence is always missed around here, man. Good to have you. Now we're gonna go ahead. Boom. Set up a little playlist of things that we can cover. Now I'm talking about. Go ahead, send the feed out. If you don't hit the like button it hits you. Facts. That's a whole fact. That's a whole fact right there, man. Is everything seen? Is everything? We can go ahead and get Bay's theme out the way. We can go ahead and kill that for the moment. We can talk about these modern versus classic controls, because you know that is the cause of quite a bit of controversy over the last 48 hours or so. There's a lot of controversy right now regarding that. So we can have that conversation. We can have that conversation, man. We can start off with that.
I want to try modern controls. Let me try modern controls. So you have an assist button, I believe, is how you do EX moves. Is that right? Yeah.
Before
you have a dedicated
before we even
drive
get into
parry
it,
button
man.
and a drive impact button.
This would just be a little
try
sound check. This video right here is courtesy of the homeboy Tyrant. Been around the community, across the water, the EU side of the game for a minute, But yeah, man. Before. Okay, all right. Have my mic monitor on. Before we get into it, man, just want to make sure the sound and everything is good.
Let me try modern controls. So you have an assist button, I believe, is how you do EX moves. Is that right?
Is the sound being patched through correctly? Let me know.
You have a dedicated drive parry button and a drive impact button. So if I hold auto and press medium punch, it makes crouching medium punch come out. Without it, I just get stand medium punch. But if I'm holding this button, I want to try modern controls. Let me try.
Man, holla at your boy. Did I freeze up? Did I freeze up? See, now y'all worrying me. All right, cool. I'm good. All right. Said, Jesus, bro, well, say some shit. Say some shit, Train. Matter of fact, you don't say some shit. You shut the fuck up. How about that? Everybody else can say something. You can shut the fuck up. Talking about Jesus, relax. No, how about you relax? You in my shit, watching my show, motherfucker. You relax over there in the corner for 5 minutes. Might give your goofy ass another 5 on top of that. Anyway, I appreciate it. Much appreciated. And Black, what up, dog, man? How you living, dog? Appreciate you pulling up, man. All right, cool. We about to get it cracking then. We about to get it cracking. We about to do what we supposed to do. Ain't that a bitch? You don't gonna come up here and tell me to relax. You goofy motherfucker, relax in the motherfucking corner. Can't even spell relax. Can't even do relax. Can't even think relax. Can't do none of that.
Try modern controls. So you have an assist button that I believe is how you do EX moves. Is that right? Yeah. You have a dedicated drive parry button and a drive impact button.
Yeah, we
so
like.
If I hold auto and press medium punch, yeah, it makes crouching medium punch come out.
She don't know about no
Without
relax.
it, I just get stand medium punch. But if I'm holding this button, I get that. Crouching wise,
she think relax is some type of thing that'll help you with your digestive issues.
As well. So it looks like you get extra normal. So
relax.
For example, these are all the normals I have right now for the light.
Anyway,
I have that.
We're gonna bring it back.
And then I have the auto. I want to try modern controls. All right. So you have an assist button that I believe is how you do EX moves. Is that right? Yeah. You have a dedicated drive parry button and a drive impact button. So if I hold auto and press medium punch, yeah, it makes crouching medium punch come out. Without it, I just get stand medium punch. But if I'm holding this button, I get that. Crouching wise, if I press medium, I get that. But if I'm holding auto, I get crouch medium punch as well. So it looks like you get an extra normal. So for example, these are all the normals I have right now for the light. I have that. And then I have the auto one, which will be stand light kick, yeah. Do you know how Ryu has a back hard punch? Yeah, like how do you can't do it. So you're essentially missing tools. You get auto, it's like Dragon Ball. But they're just target combos that you have in the game anyway. So I guess they've given like each character like extra target combos in this game to like make up for this. So can you get different speed fireballs? Or is it just one speed fireball? You can just do a fireball with the attacks. Oh, true. But then that defeats the purpose of them being one button. You know what I mean? You might as well just play classic. So it's like Grand Blue because like the one button version does less damage. Like you see how much damage that does? But look, if it's way more. This is more broken than Hitbox. I mean, I can see that they've reduced the.
We're gonna run that. This is more broken. Let's analyze that a little closer.
One button version does.
Let's analyze that a little closer.
So it's like Grand Blue because like the.
We're gonna slow that down just so you can really see. Just so you can really see. Boom. Boom. Right there. That's where the modern damage is. Right there where the cursor is at. That's the modern. Now let's see where it's at with the boom. That's the difference right there. So it's from like here, like where the beginning of the L is, to here. That's a pretty big difference right there. That's a big difference. That adds up, man, over the course of a match, man. Depending on the character, that can be a big difference. Go from here to potentially here off the exact same move. Everything is potentially scaled, or not potentially. They already said it's pretty much an 80% difference between modern and modern and classic controls. That's what you're giving up. Said modern control is gonna be trash. Said it's cool for the casual. If you're trying to level up, stay away. Yo, man. Seems that way to me. Said, wonder how scaled it is. Yeah, I mean, if this is any indication, and based on what they said, it's about, you know, a 20% scale down. Big difference. Yes, it is. So I remember in GG, XR, and Rev 2, when anybody used their version of modern controls, they would get clowned in those lobbies. Really? And honestly, Titanfall, I believe that's going to be the case eventually in Street Fighter 6. I believe that'll be the case eventually. But before we get to that point, these types of analyses need to take place. in order to just know what it is that we're clowning. Yeah, no. But I believe we'll get to that point as well. So I think it's a fair and good balance with the control input. I think that kind of remains to be seen. Yeah, it remains to be seen because you got somebody like Guile, or even worse, Zangief. Has somebody that has shortcutted 360 inputs. Man, that 80% really don't make a difference when it only take, 3 SPDs to kill you in the first place. So we'll see. We'll see. I think the jury is still out on that. Let's keep it pushing. Let's keep it pushing.
It's way more. This is more broken than Hitbox. I mean, I can see that they've reduced the scaling, but to do that, you can't even do that on Hitbox. How was charge done with modern? Hold a direction and press a button. Yeah. Charge is still done the same way. You just charge and then press special, I think, because we don't want any fucking 3DS Street Fighter 4 Guile nonsense. This is like what the CPU does.
That part.
When you're fighting them on like Super Turbo, when they just like do fucking shit like that. You can't have stand medium kick. I don't think. Like I said, you get 3 normals, it looks like. You get a standing medium, a crouching medium, and then an auto medium. And the auto medium for Ryu appears to be crouch medium punch. So in a way, this is a good gateway for casual players into like the competitive world of Street Fighter. But at the same time, you're like handicapping yourself big time. Because you're literally missing tools on characters. You're going to be missing target combos. You're going to be missing specific normals. I mean, to be fair, it is just 1 normal per button you're missing. Well, maybe more if they're command normals. Do you know what? Yeah, I don't hate this at all. I think this is fine. Yeah, you don't have back hard punch, you're right. You have this. You have back hard kick. Okay, so he has more heavy buttons than he does. Oh, he's got the forward. Okay, he's got that as well.
Okay.
When I first saw this mode, I was scared because I was like, I don't want to see Guile in this mode because guess what? Guile only uses 2 fucking special moves anyway. And he's got like, minimal normals. I thought he would be broken in this mode, but it doesn't look like... I don't know, I have to see Guile in this, This for me is the most broken aspect of it. Being able to do fucking 1-button DPs from situations where you could never do them on any other controller. Bro, walking backwards and doing a DP with 1 button is fucked. It also means that you don't need to worry about cross-cut DP motions, any of that. You can just, you can basically anti it every single time. Yes, you're going to sacrifice a bit of damage because it's not going to do as much, as you can see. But just being able to do it is enough, man. I love how they like banning up and down SOCD, but fucking, they've got this actually in the game. Bro, this is worse. It's still going to allow you to do charge partition. So like you're going to be able to do like charge moves like this. And then press up. You know what I mean? Like, you're still going to be able to do, like, all that shit. Because you can technically do those anyway. Because, look, I'm crouching. Look. Let's say I'm crouching. And then I press that and it gives me a standing button. Because I'm doing the auto. So, Guile's probably going to have that as well. Well, look, I'm charging down. I'm still holding down the whole time. But I'm getting a standing normal. This is also broken as fuck. So, look. That to me is just fucking crazy, bro. Wait, you can't actually do Tatsu, I don't think.
Yeah, that's kind of crazy.
Because you get that. That takes priority. But if you press back and special, you get that. Only MK Modern Tatsu. Ah. See, this is what I mean. You're missing a lot of options. I can see it being strong. For certain characters, bro, I think this is going to be busted. Like, if you play a simple character anyway, bro, Zangief on this is going to be fucking... Bro, Zangief doing all this, and then you'll get an SPD'd. Broken.
Exactly.
Bro, Zangief doesn't have to do 360s. Or 720.
Oh my
Zangief is going to be doing fucking walk-up 720. 20% less. Who cares? SPDs do shitloads of damage. I think any character with a command grab could be extremely problematic in this.
Oh,
I didn't really give this mode the time of day because I wasn't really.
He's on the
really
level.
Think about it.
Exactly.
But bro, like it could be crazy. Again, it's like I said earlier. I see it as a double-edged sword. You get some broken aspects to it, but using the shortcut inputs, you do lose a bit of damage, and it does take away a lot of options for the character. So I think it does balance it out, and they've obviously thought about that. So I can't really hate that, to be honest. Hello.
I don't like it. I don't like it. And like he said in the video, it's very weird the I don't want to say the things that they're making hitbox users go through while they have modern controls, which is in every way literally easier. Like that's a very weird thing to enforce on hitbox players when you have modern controls inherently built into your game. Now, granted, it seems like, they have a problem with you having the hitbox shortcuts and access to everything that Classic offers you too, but still, that's a very weird thing to kind of, I don't know. It's an odd double standard. That this is why I was like, hey man, these modern control players are gonna be outside, man. Only for certain characters. Because, I mean, like you said, like you're only gonna get one version of certain specials. You're only gonna get, half your toolkit of normals, if that, depending on how many command normals that a character has. It's gonna vary. But if a person wants to be a Geef player, yeah, they're gonna be outside like a motherfucker. I think there's gonna be more Geef players in this game than there ever has been. But otherwise, like I don't see a whole lot of people that know how to play Street Fighter already giving up half their toolkit. Yo, Magnificent Black in the building. What up, though? Let's get you up here one time. So it's going to be a good option for players that don't have optimized combos. Said players with optimized combos are going to be leaving damage on the table. Absolutely. 100%. 100%, man. I mean, I don't know. Like it's hard for me to imagine. It's hard for me to imagine like somebody who's used to playing Shotos to go to modern controls just because you get easier DPs. I can't see that. I can't see that. Like Bats, I see how you play your kin. I couldn't see you only using one version of all your specials. You know what I'm saying? Like, 'cause I know that you use different, depending on the situation, you use different speeds of a fireball. You'll use different, like that kick, that spin kick, whatever that kick is that you use to close in and apply pressure. I mean, that's the thing. Like Agent said, you need routes. You need routes. He said, I don't see people going from classic to modern. I mean, the Dragon Lancer. That's what it is. Yeah, you would know. I absolutely defer to you when it come to that. But for Geef users, that don't want to do 360s and 720s no more, that said, yo, man, I'm done with that, man. That day is dead, man. Yo, man, we gonna get an influx of a lot of Geefs. Like all of a sudden, we gonna need to deal with Geef a lot more than we ever have. So I don't think Street Fighter needs modern controls. Sure. Yo, man. Put that petition in front of me. I'll sign it right along with you. I'll sign it right along with you. So it's almost like relearning buttons. At 100%, it is. It is. It 100% is. It's relearning the game all over again. You're right. Said not as a sim player. All right. No, all right. No, but before I even say that, not as a sim player in what context? In what context? Because we brought up a few different points that you could have been responded to. So I just want to make sure. I just want to make sure that we're on the same page with that. Said it might make sense though for grapplers. Absolutely. Like I think grapplers stand to benefit from it more than any other archetype of character. So I'm using Guile, Chun, Geef, and DJ. Got 3 charge fighters. I mean, modern controls offer conveniences for all of those characters, but I mean, like you said, I don't think it's necessary. I don't think it's worth what you give up. So I'll sign that. No hezzy. Facts. Said talking about Geef. Oh man, man, you gonna have to deal with. Look, as a sim player, you are still likely to have the advantage over Geef, just inherently because of the archetypes of the characters. You're probably likely to still have an advantage, but I'll tell you this: it ain't gonna be free like it was. Don't count on that being free just like it was, because, I mean, he inherently has mobility options to be able to close in on Sim's slow ass. So while you up here floating, yo, man, he can parry one of them joints and close right in. So, like, not to say that you should have to be worried, but there are definitely some things that you got to keep in mind and adjust your strategy playing against him now that you didn't have to do in the past. You said DJ a hybrid. I mean, to be honest, Chun is a hybrid too. Chun's a hybrid also, Yeah. What about Manon, modern or classic? Man, I'm always gonna say play classic, man. Play classic, man. Use all of your tools, man. Learn to use all your tools, man. I'm not gonna tell nobody to use modern controls. Take the necessary ass whoopings up front. Learn the game utilizing all the tools at your disposal. And then eventually, once you get used to using all said tools at your disposal, you will be a better player for it. Your ceiling is ultimately higher playing classic controls than it is modern. Now, your starting point, using modern will probably be higher. Your starting point will probably be higher because of, the shortcuts that modern controls offer. But your ceiling is ultimately cut off a lot more because you have access to less tools and your damage output is nerfed. I would always recommend classic first. Go through the learning curve when you're learning. Don't have to relearn, because like you said, Bats, it's going to feel like you're learning a different game. You're gonna have to relearn the controls for your character all over again. So if you're gonna play modern controls, you might as well stay there. But when you stay there, just understand that, hey man, what you could have had you put that same time into learning your full toolkit for the character, you could have done more. You could have done more. Said use what control you're comfortable with. Just know the cons might outweigh the pros. That's the reason why I wouldn't recommend somebody get comfortable with using modern controls. But your statement right there, and is the exact reason why I would not recommend somebody get on modern controls. Even if modern controls are comfortable at first, you develop comfortability as you play the game. You like, fighting games have always been about getting your reps up. You know, like that just means you need to get your reps in. Get your reps in, get yourself together, tighten up, and learn everything that you can do, because it will ultimately benefit you later on. So you have to decide, Sim, but if you can get grabbed easier with modern controls, it might work for you until people start figuring you out. I mean, who knows? Who knows, man? Who knows? Because I mean, like, Manon, like, she doesn't have 360 inputs. She doesn't have 360 inputs. So I mean, like how difficult will her commands be, really? Like the only way I could kind of see somebody doing modern controls, like if you're a Zangief player or you're a Lily player, because I believe Lily's command grab is 360 also. I could kind of see that. And even then, I still say just learn the input. Just learn the best way to execute the input. But I could understand it more if you're a character that requires, 360 inputs to get, your more damaging commands. But otherwise, man, just learn the character. Learn the character. So I appreciate it. Y'all know I'm 13, 27. Absolutely. But see, that's the thing. That's the thing. Because this conversation is nothing new to me. Nothing new. Like, I remember Marvel vs. Capcom 1. They had it to where you could have manual or easy controls. Like this is not a new thing. One button specials where you hit the fierce punch button and you get your specials. You get your specials, auto air combos, auto aerial rays, or whatever they wanted to call them in that respective game. But this is nothing new. This is nothing new. There was a period in time in which I know that I had to get off the training wheels of using easy controls. I think I was like 12, 13 years old, something like that. I was literally 12 or 13 years old. It got to a point to where I literally had to learn the game. I had to learn the game, and I shot up. I became a beast once I learned the game. But when you're leaving so many different tools on the table, yeah, it allows you to be competent quicker, but you stay at that level of just being competent instead of actually being good. You never become good until you take the training wheels off and you learn how to use all of the tools that you have allotted to you, man. And Chuck, I know you've been saying this. You've been saying this for close to a year. You've been saying it for close to a year. I remember. I remember, man. I ain't never gonna take that one from you. You've been saying that since forever. Said modern controls no good for people that know how to block or parry. So you're saying anybody with a sense of playing fighting games, modern controls don't benefit you. I can hear you saying that. I can hear you saying it. Anybody with a brain cell in their head for fighting games shouldn't use modern controls. That's basically what Titanfall is saying. Said I've been watching Geef footage. They have giving him the tool he needed with the drive rush. 100%. An ability to close in is going to make a big difference for a Geef player. Just in general makes a huge difference. That in general makes a big difference, man. Just having him, you know, able to cover ground and neutralize projectiles. You know, like just the drive system benefits Zangief in a way that, whew, man, I mean, we'll see. We'll see. But I think Zangief is one of the biggest benefactors of the drive system. Yeah, Geef is definitely about to be an issue, man. So I had to learn the game early as well. It's true that your game does get better once you start learning the ins and outs. 100%, man. 100%. So wait, now how do modern controls help people tech grabs? I believe the grab command is the light and medium together, if I'm not mistaken. Because in the first chapter of the world tour mode in the demo, you're forced to play modern controls. And I know like when I was just, you know, going through that and I had to grab people, I was pressing the light and modern together. So I believe that it'd be the same for, you know, just teching. Not teching the game, but teching grabs. But that's a whole nother conversation to have. Like, what about simultaneous inputs? What about simultaneous inputs, man? Like, what do you do? But yeah, I would not recommend. I would not recommend just, you know, dealing with modern controls, man. You're putting a lower ceiling on your progress. You're putting, you know, like it's modern controls is like walking into a building and you start off at the 5th floor, but you can only go up to the 15th floor. It's only a 15th floor building, but you start off at floor 5. Whereas classic controls, you have to start at level 1, but you can go up to level 100. It'll take you longer to climb, but you'll ultimately climb further. So Blaze Blue had a dope balance for their modern control option. I never played Blaze Blue. If it's not too much to type, or I could do that research on my own. I ain't gonna put you through that. But yeah, I have to learn about that then. I have to learn about that. Okay. More like level 0. All right, fair enough. All right, cool. All right, Bats. All right, Bats. For the sake of it, you start out in the basement. You start out in the basement, but you can make your way up to level 100, man. You still have an ability to climb more. You climb more. You know. You start off at a higher floor. You start out better from an execution standpoint than you would be if you knew nothing. But ultimately, you're going to be handicapped by what you know, by what you're given by that. So with classic controls, you have access to the penthouse. Facts, man. You can overlook the city. With classic controls, you know, like you put the work in, you can overlook the city. You know, modern controls, I don't know, man. You barely be able to look out and see the Ubers picking up down the street. It's going to be interesting to see as the years go on how much further modern and classic controls will be set apart as players start to master the game. That's another thing too, because I'm sure over time that this system is going to be refined as more people use it. You know, we get a whole lot more, you know, field time with, you know, with something like that. Said Blaze Blue had small unoptimized combos with modern controls, enough to keep new players entertained, but they were far from optimal. And to be honest, it sounds like that's what they're doing with this also. You know, in all fairness, it sounds like that's what they're giving you, you know, with something like this. I mean, you're absolutely not going to get the most optimal combos out of, you know, modern controls, but if you're not a combo based character as it is, Geef, could be an issue. You say you take a grab with modern controls and you get booted to the main menu. Oh no, man. Said take a grab with the gyro. Man, come on, man. Come on, man. But yeah, I'm sure over time that this is going to be something that is constantly being refined. I'm sure it's constantly going to be refined. It has to be. It has to be. This is the type of thing, like, it's hard to imagine that they're going to get this right out of the gate. You know, like, because you're essentially building two different ways to operate within your game that are supposed to coexist together. Yeah, this is gonna take a whole lot of refinement over time. So the way that it is, you know, day one is going to be very different from, you know, day 401, day 201. You know, we'll see. We'll see. But I thought it was a very interesting conversation to have. Because, I mean, I'm not going to, even though I'm against modern controls, I do understand that, particularly if you play certain characters, it's hard to argue against the benefits of using it. But I keep coming back to the fact that ultimately, man, you're leaving too much on the table. Said Jet, they out here buying fight sticks only to use modern controls. Man, I don't understand that. I don't understand that, man. Like, yo, that is wild, bruh. That is wild. You bought this fight stick with eight face buttons on it, but you up here only using half of them. You're only using half, man. You're only using half them buttons, bruh. They ain't bought a Quamba Obsidian, man, but they up here only using 4 of the buttons. Hey, man, I guess that's what we doing. I guess that's what we doing out here. But I mean, of course, people are going to play the way that they want, you know, and that's their prerogative. That's their prerogative to do so. But anytime somebody asks me, I am always going to be a person that says, yo, just go through the tough steps early. Go through the tough steps early. Like, don't shortcut the process. Like, to me, this is a classic example of the results that you get when you shortcut the process. You know, like, they're telling you up front, you won't be able to do these things, but you can do these other things easier. You can do these other things easier at the expense of less damage, and you won't be able to do a whole bunch of things that are inherently embedded into your character normally. I'm never gonna tell somebody shortcut the process. Shortcut the process just so you can do a couple specials. Just so you can do a couple specials easier. I'm saying, man, just step your execution game up. Utilize your entire toolkit, because you never know when certain things may be useful. You never know. You never know. It's better to have and not need than need and not have. So have as many tools as possible and learn the correct way to utilize and access them. But again, people will play however they play, and that is their prerogative. They're not spending my money to buy the game. But I do think that ultimately you are hindering your process. Like if you see yourself playing the game either A, at a competitive level, or B, against people in a circle of people that play the game at a semi-competent or competitive level, you are always going to be at a disadvantage to those people, unless you're playing Zangief against somebody who only needs 3 triangle specials to end a whole round. If you're not doing that, I believe you're always at a disadvantage. It's really not like Zangief is out here. Zangief's entire point is to get in and grab you. And you know that when he gets in to grab you, he's only going to do that one grab. 2 grabs at the most. Like, all right, cool. All right, I get it. Everybody else, though, who has to be a little bit more, a little bit more meticulous in the way that they're, that the way that they operate their offense. I don't know, man. I think you're hindering yourself. You're giving up way too much, man. And I'm not even talking about the damage. Let me close these out. I didn't realize I still had these windows open. All right. All right, cool. On to the next one. That was a dope conversation too, man. That was a dope conversation. Might have to clip that, man. Make that a video in itself, man. Cause that was kind of heat, son.
I want to try modern controls. Let me try modern controls.
What was his video at the end of?
I really enjoyed DJ.
Because I had a couple people in here, Titanfall, talking about having DJ in the rotation. I don't know if she's seen this video, so let's go on this ride for Titanfall one time.
I really enjoyed DJ. Tyrant here with another exclusive video straight from Capcom HQ. Series veteran DJ makes his return in Street Fighter 6, bringing some of his OG flair as well as some new tricks. But will he remain as lackluster as he was in his last Street Fighter outing? Let's give him a quick test and find out. DJ is traditionally a space-controlled, tricky, really fun hybrid charge character, and it feels like they got his style and personality down perfectly. The first thing I like to do when testing a legacy character is see if some of their classic moves and combos remain, and they most certainly do here. It's worth mentioning that DJ is now a charge and motion hybrid character, with some of his classic charge moves like his air slasher fireball,
I agree, Jay.
Maximum up kicks remaining as before, while his Sabat dread kicks now are a quarter circle forward and kick input. His machine gun upper is also a quarter circle back and punch. I feel like they did that with most characters, where they now made them a hybrid between charge and motion. Like if they were a charge character before, they gave them some tools that are just motion inputs now, which is cool. With unfortunately no mashing this time to get extra hits. I like pressing buttons.
And that's a whole nother conversation.
Something that let me mash, bro. Why? I want extra hits when I'm... That's the first time he's never had that. Really honed in on here with DJ is his trickery and feints, with the light version of all the specials I tested being fake versions of the actual moves. Great for baiting out your opponent and mixing them into oblivion. You can use his light up kicks, for example, as an alternative jump, coming down with the button to catch your opponent asleep at the wheel. A brand new tool for DJ is his Just Cool sway move, which is a quarter circle back and kick input. The best way I can describe this is an auto shimmy with multiple follow-ups. Light kick is a low attack, usable in combos or to check your opponent. Medium kick is an overhead, and heavy kick is a launching kick which can anti-air or start juggles. He also has movement option follow-ups too, with forward and punch lunging DJ forward with projectile invincibility, then pressing back and punch during that will retreat, keeping DJ at a safe distance from his opponent. A whole host of unique attacks and target combos rounds out his moveset, and of course top of the list is his jumping down light kick knee shot, which is an important tool he's had since '93. I know my good friend and longtime DJ player Sai is happy to see that. His level 1 super is a single big
fake
hit.
anti-air, fake projectile and fake anti-air.
Developer footage. His level 2 super is very unique and turns SF6 into a rhythm game almost. When I first saw this move in his trailer,
he can attack right out of.
And I thought, so I think that what this is, it's like a rhythm mini game. And it turns out that's exactly what it is, as you must input the follow-ups in order with good timing to land the full damage combos here. I couldn't. So I think a lot of people are getting it a bit mixed up. Technically, he's got 3 versions of his level 2. The light version, you don't have to time anything. You just go through the inputs, and you get it. It's not as much damage, I believe. But if you do it with the medium or the heavy button, then you get the version that you have to time, and then you have to like actually boom, 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 get it all on point. You know what I mean? Couldn't get the full thing with the limited time I had, but I can't wait to practice this when the game comes out. His level 3 looks.
And Q, I see your question, man. I'm gonna get right on that too.
Juggling his opponent. Overall, DJ feels fresh yet familiar, with a real identity in his tricks and feints. I feel like this might be strong at the start of the game's lifespan, but I hope this won't become gimmicky over time. Tons more exclusive Street Fighter. So you can see right there, I had to test if he had the double medium jackknife kick still, and yeah, like that's a legacy combo. Like they couldn't take that one out. Become gimmicky over time. Tons more exclusive Street Fighter 6 content coming to the channel, guys. So stay locked into Reversal and subscribe for plenty more videos. So yeah, that's DJ. He's cool. Like he's really fun, guys. Honestly, he's really, really fun. Let me try and like this is the actual raw footage I got. Just testing out some links and shit and seeing if they work. So that didn't combo, I don't think. Yeah, that didn't combo. So I love that fake jump. So cool. That's a light dread kick. Like all of his light specials are all like fakes and feints.
He is a trick character to the core.
So his with machine gun upper being a quarter circle input now, it's interesting. I need to test more stuff. Like I guess you can do a lot more like stand-in cancels into it. I didn't even think about it, to be honest. The fakes will mess up. Yeah, they will. But the yeah, look, this is it. So look, you can see. So this is his level 2 super. Okay. Yeah, it looks like.
Okay.
It looks like an actual combo in like KOF or something, but no. So he's got 3 versions of it. The light version is the version that you don't have to time. You can see right here the follow-ups. It's
like the ultimate Mortal Kombat. So yeah, you can see these follow-ups here.
The climactic strike. I think that's what you get when you get it like spot on. And then yeah, you get the heavy.
The original brutality. Well.
I think these 2 versions they do more damage. But obviously, this is the ones that you need to actually like time and get like, you know, the good timing, the DDR timing. The light version does less damage, but you don't have to worry about timing everything. So I guess you go for the light one if you're not feeling confident. But it's going to be interesting to see if people go for these 2 versions, you know, in tournament. So wait a sec. What's the difference?
I mean,
so, wait, what does it say on the heavy ender? The heavy punch?
Just learn.
Switches positions with your opponent upon completion. Ah, okay. So if you've got your back to the wall, you can do this version, and it like brings them into the corner, and you swap positions with them. So it's like a side swap. There you go. Okay, I see.
Okay.
Yeah, it's pretty straightforward. It's just like Magic series. So it's light, medium, heavy, punch, light, medium, heavy. So yeah, man, DJ, he's really cool. I'm definitely going to give him a go. The knee shot, only during forward jump.
Positional properties. Okay.
He had that in SF4, that kick. Scaling will end up factoring into that too. Yeah, you're probably right. Yeah, it's going to be dependent on the situation for sure, bro. You're right. And he's even got feints in his combos. That is like target combos. Do you know what I mean?
That's wild.
The party in the air is the knockdown one. Buying just because of DJ, bro. DJ is so cool, man. Like, he's definitely going to be a character I want to play. And there you go. You got the the Thor speech. So this is the light version. You can see there's no music notes. And you get the full combo with ease, right? Get the knockdown. So you get 2.8k.
Okay.
Oh, sorry, 2.6k. And look, if you don't get the timing right, look, that's a lot of damage lost there, bro. 1.7k.
Yo, that's wild. That's a big difference.
Yeah, man. Like, look, you miss a lot of damage, bro. So it's actually quite hard to get the timing down perfect. You do have to feel the rhythm, bro. You got to have it down. Oh my God, you missed so much damage. Tell you what, don't mess that up. Wow,
yeah,
bro.
like
that's interesting though. It's pretty.
That is a crazy risk versus reward to take on with a character, because if you fuck up that sequence, that rhythm, you costed a bar for some bullshit. You costed 2 bars, in fact, to some bullshit. You know, they introduced a really yeah, you wasted 2 meters. Facts. Like that's a crazy risk reward factor to have inherently baked in your character. Yo. Woo. Woo. I wonder if that's going to turn people off from even using that. Yo, Chuck just said, I'm good. Yo, man, for real. A lot of people might just be like, yo, man, I'm using level 1 or level 3, one of the two. That level 2 off the board. You know, like that might be too risky. That might be too risky for a lot of people, man. They're like, yo, man, if I got 2 bars, I'm just gonna build up that last one. I'm just gonna build up that last one and just level 3 you. Or they gonna look at it as, you know, I got 2 level 1s in the tuck. But man, I don't know.
Pretty cool that they included something like that. But that's a little bit of DJ, guys. Hope you enjoyed my little brief look at the character and the videos that we're putting out on Reversal to keep you guys interested for Street Fighter 6. I can't wait. Watching this footage back has just made me want to play the game like right now. Like,
yo, that's something else. That's something else right there. That's an interesting dynamic to introduce into a character. But based on this, how they're kind of baking that character anyway, that makes a lot of sense for him. He's tricky for the opponent and for the user. Said, just know if you run across a DJ, dude has to know what he's doing. Yeah, true. For sure. For sure. Yeah, he's absolutely going to be like a specialist kind of character. That DJ about to be exclusive. Yo, man, for real though. Said it's like a geese super. Facts. Yup. Basically. Yeah, let me get back to your question, Q. How would this control change affect Rashid as a character? So I never fought with him more than once or twice in Street Fighter V. I was wondering what you thought about that. I believe, honestly, again, it'll start you off at a further point. It'll give you a head start, but at the same time, you won't be able to go as far. I believe the same thing applies. The same thing applies, to be honest. And that's the thing. I don't think Rashid is going to benefit any more than any other character. I think he's gonna suffer from the same drawbacks of that control method as anyone else. I think it's modern controls, the benefits that modern controls offer. I think it's set to benefit a very, very small percentage of characters that a lot of players didn't use anyway. I mean, we'll keep it real. We'll keep it real. Out of all the original World Warriors, I probably ran across Geef the least out of all of them. So I think now I think this is a way of them trying to like balance the scales on people using characters that inherently were not used that much because of you know, the skill requirement. The skill requirement to do a 360 input as opposed to a quarter circle. I get it. But ultimately, a character like Rashid, I don't think benefits. I don't think it benefits him. I don't think it benefits him. But again, we shall see. We shall see. We got a couple character overviews right here that we can go over that have been dropped in the last day or so since the last time we all congregated here. We can get to them next, man. First of them being Simeon's character, Manon. But yeah, man, I'm real iffy on modern controls right now. I'm real iffy on them. I don't trust it. I don't believe them. They need more people.
Hello and welcome.
Courtesy. Of course, got to give shout out to the creator of all videos. This is courtesy of Rufalmonger, man. I like a lot of his content that he does. You know, very, very thorough individual. Very thorough individual. Has a cool way. It's a cool way of putting this stuff together, man. Very personable. Yeah, man. So without any further ado, man, we're gonna see what he got to say about Manon real quick.
Rufalmonger and my friends, it's time for our next installment in our ongoing series here, doing some previews of some of the new characters in Street Fighter 6. So this is from footage I got to capture over at the Capcom offices in San Francisco, and I was very lucky that they invited me over to have a look at the game. And we've covered a few characters now, and next up here is Manon. If you want to see some of the other videos, I'll have the links for you for those in the video description. So as always, as we get into it, first a disclaimer, I had limited time. So this is definitely a preview, not a full guide. Wait for the full guides when the game launches.
Sim wasn't in this game. She would be my main.
Let's start with the showstopper here. You may have seen it in the original preview video, but Menno has the medal system. Every time you land her command grab or her hit grab, her grabs and hit grabs get stronger. And she starts off with the weakest command grab in the game overall, and by level 5, she winds up with the single strongest command grab in the game, even eclipsing Zangief. So she always starts at level 1 at the start of the match, and every time you land the grab or the hit grab, as you can see here, as the toss happens, it now goes to level 2. And so on 2 to 3, 4, and 5. And these persist between rounds.
Yes, she is, Chuck.
So if you're at level 3 at the end of round 1, you'll be level 3 during the start of round 2. It goes all the way to the end of the game. It's a permanent.
That's the problem. That's the problem right there. That right there. The fact that everybody else's statuses, they reset every round. Hers follow her through the entire match. Yo, man. That alone is what makes her busted, bruh. And there are too many ways to build up her medal level for it not to be reset. So like, you better get her out of the way in 2 rounds. Like if you let her win one of the first 2 rounds and you got to go through 3 rounds of her. Man, bruh. You know what I'm talking about? Her level 5 command grab hurts more than Zangief's SPD on the fierce side of the game. And it bumped.
Permanent build. So in essence, she's sort of a steamroller character. She's weakest at round 1 and strongest at the end of the game. So at medals levels 3 and 5,
can someone explain that? Because they on some bullshit and I think they forgot to take it out. Don't worry, that shit is gonna be addressed. Because Manon's gonna be like Chuck said, she's gonna be busted. I think they're gonna alleviate that. I think they're gonna handle that. They're gonna handle that.
The animations for the command grab and the hit grab also change up to signify that you're doing more damage. So say the level 3 grab now does 27%. So that's getting closer to, say, the territory of Lily's command grabs. The level 4 command grab will now do 30%. So that's getting closer into the vein of Zangief's command grabs. And now at level 5, we are at our maximum level. So once again, the animation changes, way more elaborate, flinging you up into the air with a massive neck breaker. And now we do 37%, which is way beyond what even Zangief can do.
37%.
The momentum builds over the course of the game. Now, to note about the grabs, unlike other command grab characters like Zangief, Lily, or E Honda, it doesn't work the usual way. Normally for them, the startup is always the same regardless of the button you press. It's simply the lighter the move, it has less damage, but it has more range. The heavier the move, it has more damage, but less range. For Menno, all the buttons do the exact same damage. So whatever damage you get, it's universal. It doesn't matter what button you press. The button affects the startup. So the heavy grab has the fastest startup at 5 frames, so just like Lily and Zangief, but it has almost no range, so you have to be touching the enemy. Conversely, say the light is 10 frames and has the most range, but it's a little bit slower than the usual command grab. And medium, well, of course, is in the middle, 8 frame startup, and about the middle between heavy and light. So slightly different than the other command grab characters. To note, it's the same for the EX as well. So the EX, even if your burning bar still does the exact same damage, it's all about speed and range. And EX grab is going to be one of the better uses of your meter, as you can catch people from incredibly far away with 8 frame startup. So get your damage in, raise your meta level, and you can basically use it, think of it like a poke almost, because of its extreme range. And the hit grabs as well, they benefit from this. They get crazy new animations, they do tons more damage, so the meta...
That's the other thing. That's the other thing. Y'all see this? Pop quiz, motherfuckers. Check this out real quick. What do those little creamsicle looking joints in the middle of the frame meter look? What do those represent? What do those represent? Projectile and vulnerability frames, people. So don't throw some shit. Don't throw some shit. She'll go through it and grip you up. Got all these invulnerability frames right here. Fuck is going on around here?
The system affects both. The key difference of the hit grab versus the usual
grab is,
you can't zone her.
Well, like we were talking about the other day, and you cannot zone her. You can't zone her. She'll ballerina spin through that shit and grip you up. You can't even zone her, dog. Can't even zone her.
Hit. This means, well, you can use it in combos. A regular throw, a command grab, they can't combo really, right? So if you manage to get whatever combo going on, you can end in the hit grab, and then you'll level up your metal level, power up your hit grabs, power up your command grabs. They both feed into each other, both raise the metal level, so it's not just always about landing the throws. As long as you land one of the two, you're leveling up and gaining progress. Now, unlike the grabs, the buttons do matter. The heavier the button, you will do more damage, just FYI. The heavier the button, the slower the move, so certain moves might not combo. One situation where you might get a light, you might not be able to get a heavy. That's just, combo 101, right? And we're going to come back to the spin in a second, because there's some other important things, but for now, let's move on. Now, let's talk her quarter circle back kick series. This is actually some wild stuff. So quarter circle back kick,
she's Laura with longer range, though.
The medium kick is a very long range double kick. It's used in quite a bit of the combo structure she has, at least from my time with it. And heavy kicks and overhead. Okay, seems simple enough, right? No! This stuff is the most wild thing about the character nobody is talking about. Like, I consider this right here just as important as the entire grab mechanic. Why? If you've played any amount of Street Fighter, you know what this stupid move is, Vegas Slide. This is Vegas Slide, but better in a lot of ways. I want you to look at how far away Minnow is when she starts this move, and this is not max range. You can actually be a few pixels further away when you start this move. And this hits low and knocks down from that far away with 16 frame startup. That is not seeable, that is not reactable at all. So when you're doing the whole back and forth footsies thing,
I know she can anti-air
you have to randomly crouch at all times. Because at any given time from halfway across the screen, Minnow can throw out an unseeable low and knock you down. Any given fourth foot up. That is not, and knocks down further away when you start this move. And this hits low and knocks down from that far away with 16 frame startup. That is not seeable. That is not reactable at all. So when you're doing the whole back and forth footsies thing, you have to randomly crouch at all times, because at any given time from halfway across the screen, Minnow can throw out an unseeable low and knock you down and then start pressuring you. Absolutely insane move. Now, is it safe on block? No, of course not, right? But now, on the flip, that's quarter circle back light kick. Quarter circle back heavy kick is a leaping overhead, a true overhead. You have to stand block this. And it's also a low crush. It goes over all sorts of lows. And it's 20 frames, so it's a little bit slower. 20 frames is on the edge of reactability. So once again, mid-screen, a lot of range going on here. Minnow can make you guess high-low. This isn't some up-close mix-up here. Guess high-low from mid-screen or further, because she just flings herself at you. That's really wild. Like, if you're low health, she's just going to start randomly tossing these out, and you're going to guess wrong eventually. Now, like I mentioned, the low, not safe on block. It's negative 20.
Now, granted, the game has inherent systems within the drive system that can help you with high-low mix-ups, i.e. the parry system and things like that, right? But the issue with that is that if she conditions you to start doing the parry, that's when she moves right in and grabs you up, grip you up real quick. Fuck is going on around here? And that's the last thing. Like you almost rather take the overhead or get swept up. Cause you don't want her grabbing you. You don't want to get gripped up. So you almost rather take the overhead or you take take getting swept up. It's almost discouraging you to parry. Knowing what her character archetype is. Again, I ask, what is going on around here? Who approved that?
24, you're getting punished. So, whatever. But the overhead, different story, actually. Because the overhead has a ridiculous amount of pushback. So it's -9, but with this amount of pushback, that's completely safe for the most part. Especially if you do it from further away than what I'm doing here, and then you're even further away, right? So yeah, these moves are nuts. If you got that YOLO random mindset, Manon might be your character. So now, speaking on her normals, they're serviceable, they're workmanlike, but they're not particularly standout, and nothing is plus on block. So if you thought you're gonna pick Manon to be like a replacement for Armika or Laura, that's absolutely not how this character works. Stand heavy kick has some very serviceable range, allows for combos on punish counter. So that, along with the neutral mix we talked about earlier, means her mid-screen presence is pretty all right. But yeah, if you want to pressure, you have to drive rush, because once again, everything is negative on block. So unlike say Lily or Zangief, if you want plus frames, you better start burning that meter on the drive rushes. Like Zangief, stand light punch is plus on block, headbutt is super plus on block, Lily has the easy plus on block spires, but Manon not so much. She has to work for it a bit harder. For command normals, just to go over them quickly, back heavy punch seems to be a workhorse. So it's a heavy, it's fast, and naturally combos into the hit grab. The light's not so much, so
her
if you want to build the meta levels or comboing,
so like if you get conditioned to jumping in the air, oh my bad, I'm gonna run the video back a little bit. If you get conditioned to jumping, and she picks that up, she anti-air, she predicts that joint, anti-air, that goes right into her grab. She can anti-air right into the grab. So like, man, dog, fuck is going on around here? Again, who approved this? You know? It's like they provided every situation in which you could try and work around what she does. And they like, hold on, let's give her something for that. Hold on. Let's throw a little something else in that bag for her. You know? It's crazy. It's crazy. Like, hold on. Throw one more hot sauce in there. One more hot sauce for the road. Don't make sense, dog. It don't make sense, dog.
So much. She has to work for it a bit harder. For command normals, just to go over them quickly, back heavy punch seems to be a workhorse. So it's a heavy, it's fast, and naturally combos into the hit grab. The light's not so much, so if you want to build the meta levels while comboing, that's definitely a go-to move. She has this weird sort of slide. It's not a low. I know slides you think lows, but this one's not a low, but it can catch people sleeping. It has a good anti-air hitbox as well. Now let's get to one of the main events here. Let's talk the vacuum effect normals. Manon has a few target combos that upon completion, vacuum you into her at her advantage, which means you effectively on the spot have to guess, am I going to go for a command grab, like right here, or am I going to go for a strike and try to combo out? The medium target combo leaves her at +2, the heavy target combo leaves her at +3, so regardless, you have to guess after being hit immediately. On the spot, split decision, is she going to throw you or is she going to try to hit you? Now, to note, neither of these target combos are safe on block. So you can't just throw them out and then have guaranteed mix-ups every time. In fact, they vacuum you in while they're punishable just to help the enemy help punish you if you do it on their block. So the vacuum effect from these command normals are very strong because if the enemy tries to strike back and you hit them, you're going to win every time, right? And for the passive, then you get the command grab them. So it's very, very good, but just don't throw them out willy-nilly. Another command normal is crouch heavy punch, and this is basically the section of don't jump against Manon. This move is actually like a sniper rifle. It'll rip people out of the air for free. And it's just crouch and a button, right? So you don't have to earn it or space it or whatever. Just do it and it works. The second hit of the target combo also splats them down on the ground. So there's no air reset. They don't get to land on their feet or whatever. It's a knockdown. So
man,
it's really, really good, man. Just don't jump against her. And now on that note, so she has her wheel kick special, which is really good for like leg confirms and all that kind of stuff. But it's also a very serviceable anti-air. And if you hit with this move as an anti-air, it guarantees a juggle follow-up. And it can lead to some pretty tasty damage for what would be an anti-air. 20% for an anti-air is not bad. And if you can anti-air with the EX version, it guarantees enough frame advantage to you to go right into the hit grab and level up the metal level. And if the hit grab is leveled up as all, because the scaling is not used up yet, you can get upwards of like almost 30%. Big time damage for sure. Now, let's go back to the hit grab for a second. There's more than one hit. You can actually kick out of it, and the kick is a really good move with a lot of range. So you don't always have to just go for the attack part of it. That's part of the metal level up. And the kick is also a semi-launch, and you can drive rush after the fact raw and get a combo follow-up. Now, unfortunately, I don't have that on the video here, so you're gonna have to take my word for it, but still, it's very handy, has a lot of range. So combine that with her stand heavy kick and her gimmicky low and overhead from mid-screen, her neutral is actually quite respectable. You will have to respect Minow's mid-screen game because she can reach you from very far away. Now, two very big things about the spins themselves. So you can just hold the button on the spin, and then you don't have to do the hit grab, you don't have to do the kick, you just spin in place. The hit grab and the kick out of the spin both can be a little bit telegraphed, and the opponent can drive impact you for trying. So you can just do a regular spin, fake them out, and then block or drive impact back. But that's not all. Here's the real thing. Look at the frame data here. Notice the funny color with the strikes going through it here, like the little bars. That's projectile invincibility. So starting on frame 3 with the spin, you're projectile invincible. Now knowing that, look at the frame data here on the moves. The kick has the projectile invincibility. The raw hit grab has the projectile invincibility. This applies to all the attacks and the raw fake out spin itself. You can always spin through projectiles. So either raw spin to go through a Hadouken and just gain some space forward, or maybe go for the kick or the hit grab follow-up and try to punish them for throwing that fireball. Since such a core major part of her moveset disrespects fireballs so easily, it's going to be interesting to see how she plays against a lot of the zoners for sure. So that's Mino, at least from what I figured out with my very limited time with her. Knowing what I know now, I wish I could get like another couple minutes with the character just to test out a few other things. But still, she's very, very, very interesting. Like going into the character and figuring out what I did, I definitely could tell you I didn't expect her to be like a weird gimmicky neutral skip bypass character with rando slides and overheads from mid-screen, right? That's not what I thought she could do. It's very interesting that she can do it and use it and abuse it because it's going to be really good. But I thought she was going to be more like pressure into throw, right? And turns out, no, that's exactly not it. If you want pressure into throw, go for Zangief or go for Lily. Those characters can get the plus frames and force throw gimmicks and all that kind of stuff. Mino has no plus frames outside of drive rushing moves giving additional frame advantage. What she has is vacuum effects on target combos if you can confirm the hit. She has quite a good neutral presence because the whole neutral skip overhead and lows, which you're definitely going to catch people sleeping. Stand heavy kick, very serviceable. Kick out of the spin, very long range, very good. You should probably use that quite a bit. And of course, the whole steamroller level up mechanic. The more you level up, the stronger you're going to be over time. So it's going to be very interesting to see what a good Mino looks like. Like, I can already envision in my head what a good Zangief looks like, what a good Lily looks like. Mino, she's not exactly what I thought she would be. So it's going to be interesting to see how people play around with her. Especially stuff with like EX grab having such incredible range. People are going to get caught sleeping with that all day long from ranges they just couldn't anticipate. That's going to be very fun to watch. Other things like the EX version of the overhead gives enough frame advantage that you can combo into it from regular hit, not even counter hit or punish counter. That's pretty cool.
That's wild too.
Very unfortunately, her level 3 grab super is not a true grab, if you will, because you can jump out of it after the super flash. So you're going to want to more use it in combos and that kind of stuff. But in the end, very cool character, not necessarily what I was expecting, but that's part of the fun, I guess. So other than that, that's the footage I have for you for Minnow right now. We'll have some more characters over the next few days. And check the video description for some of the other characters I've already covered and the general preview footage I got to get thanks to Capcom letting me test the game for just a brief amount of time. And other than all that, we're at the end of the video. So thank you very much for watching. Hope this video has found you well, and go out and play some Street Fighter.
That shit ain't right. Kind of shit was that? It's a long ass 15 minutes right there. Anyway, I got a package outside. Hold on, I'll be right back. We're gonna jump into either Geef or Lily. I'll let y'all decide which one. Matter of fact, cast your votes right now. Everybody except Train. Cast your vote on who you want to see next. Geef, Lily. We'll keep pushing from there, man. Holla at your boy. But yeah, man. That was some bullshit. That was some bullshit right there. Yo, man, she bad enough without the. Anyway, all right, I'll be right back, man. I'll be right back. Then we're gonna jump in. We're gonna jump into Lily's joint. Fair enough. I got y'all. All right, we back. All right, we got 1, 2, 3 Lilies. We got 1 Geef. All right, we'll do Lily first, and then we'll jump into Geef.
Hello and welcome. This is Rufelmonger and my friends. Today we are talking about Lily in Street Fighter 6. I guess you can call this part of an ongoing series, as I was invited to the Capcom offices to try out Street Fighter 6 for a limited time. So of all the characters I played, Lily is probably the one I played the most. Not that I got a lot of time with her, but more than the other characters, and I feel like I've learned a lot, and I'm going to share that information with you. Now, this is by no means a full guide, just so you know. In the end, I still got like a little bit less than 20 minutes with the character. But this should be enough to arm you with some information and give you a bit of a head start on what the character is capable of leading into Street Fighter 6. So what kind of character is Lily in the end? Well, she's basically an Omega version of what T-Hawk was in Street Fighter 4. She can do everything T-Hawk can do for the most part. Some things are changed a little bit. Basically expect some non-standard offense with some non-standard mobility and of course some really nice command grabs. So first, just in case you don't know, we do have to cover it. She is a stock-based character. She'll build a resource and then burn the resource, and that is the Condor Wind.
Let's check that out.
The Condor Wind is basically a quick little buff, and when you do it, you'll build one wind-clad stock, and that is on the top right below her life bar. Okay. And every time you build a wind-clad stock, you can turbocharge one of your moves. In this example here, we'll go for just a quick hit confirm combo, and she'll go for her Condor Spire, and because she has the Condor Wind stocked up here, the Spire changes the move. It becomes multi-hitting, it does more damage, and it's just a better move all around. However, once it's used up, you've used up the stock, that's it. You got to build new ones to keep charging up those moves and getting those enhanced properties. The medium and heavy versions of Condor Wind also come with an attack. And as long as the attack connects at all, and it can be blocked, you'll build up one stock. And Lily can have up to a maximum of 3 Condor Wind stocks at any given time. And as an FYI, the attack version has a lot of pushback on block, so as long as you don't do it basically point blank, it should be safe on block so we can build the stocks up that way. And one thing about the Condor Wind is you can hold down the button and it'll generate multiple stocks at the same time and in pretty quick fashion overall. Like here's the held version, and look how fast she goes from 0 to 3 stocks. So Lily's a character you can't afford to let just do her thing. Yeah, if you do, she can go from 0 to 3 right away and then basically be a boss version of herself for a short amount of time, as all of her moves are going to be turbocharged. You can't let her get away with just freely building up the stocks. Now, as for burning the stocks, say moves like the Condor Dive. When she has a stock up, Condor Dive becomes a different animation, multi-hit, does more damage. And if you aim it correctly with the buff, it becomes safe-ish on block. That'll be depending character to character on the matchup. Her uppercut, the Tomahawk Buster, same deal. Single hit, but with the buff up, it'll be multi-hitting, do more damage, all that kind of stuff. Also, it'll leave you with more advantage on wake up. You'll have a few more frames of advantage, so basically good times all around. Also, in the case of the uppercuts here, you can see I'm zoomed in on the frame data. It actually makes the uppercut start up faster. Regular heavy uppercut 10 frame startup. The Condor Wind boosted heavy uppercut is a startup of 8 frames, 2 frames faster. Okay. Interesting stuff.
Okay.
The main event, however, is buffed Condor Spire. As buffed Condor Spire starts up a little bit faster, and also it leaves you plus on block directly in front of the enemy.
No pun intended.
Now, granted, yes, it's only +1, which isn't a lot to be plus, but it's exactly enough to force the enemy to immediately guess, am I going to attack you or am I going to try to throw you? After blocking, if you attempt to either jump out or strike back, since Lily has a 4-frame move in her light kick, she'll always win and then get a combo. And if you're passive, well, then you get command grabbed and dunked on your head. So now speaking about the grabs, Lily's grab game overall I would say is second best compared to Zangief's. Zangief is number 1, but Zangief can't exactly fly across the screen either, can he? Light grabs have better range but do more damage. Heavy grabs have more damage but less range. 28% if you land a heavy grab, and if you do, say, the EX grab, you get both the damage and the range. 29% damage, and also it has a good deal more range than the heavy grab. So at a decent distance away here, heavy grab would whiff, because of course it would. However, EX grab has the damage and has the range. So that's what you're spending those 2 bars on. And since Lily has easy access to plus frames with the Condor Wind mechanic, thanks to Condor Spire, you're going to get grabbed quite a bit, I would say. Now, we have a lot more topics to cover. This video, hopefully I time-stamped everything. But one thing I want to call out specifically is the non-Condor Wind buffed version of Condor Spire. Because it works exactly like you think it should, like T-Hawk had in Street Fighter 4. If you space these correctly, you are advantage on block. People told me I was crazy because Condor Wind would cover everything, but no. Trust me on this, right? So, Light Spire, spaced out +1 on block. So if you mash stand light kick, you'll always win if they mash back. Now, it is indeed all about the spacing. If you're spacing us off, you won't be punishable, but you will be negative. You will lose your turn as you would, instead of gaining a turn back. And much the same say for the other buttons. Here's medium spire, hitting in the later active frames, +2 on block. And you can be more plus if you hit later in the active frames as well, but you only need at least +1. That's the idea, right? just to enforce strike throw mix. And here's Heavy Spire, spaced out properly. Wouldn't you know it, this is +3 now, right? Later in the active frames. And goes on and so forth with EX Spire as well. You can see me teabagging here because I'm quite pleased with myself at this moment. I was actually very vocal about this at the site at Capcom. This is a major skill set for T-Hawk if you are a T-Hawk player, and you will be rewarded if you have this skill set. So you don't always need Condor Wind to make things go with Lily. If you know how to space your Condor Spires, you will do very well for yourself. Just don't do it too close. And now just to show you a bunch of the normals here. So on the lights and mediums, I would say Lily has above average range. Although when it comes to like bigger moves, not as much. Like stand heavy kick is a far cry from what T-Hawk had, which was like 30% of the screen in older Street Fighter games. Some standout buttons feel like stand and crouch medium punch because they got good range for what they are. Crouch heavy punch as well. We'll talk about it a little bit later. Back heavy punch I feel is a pretty good workhorse move as it's a significantly frame advantage on hit. You don't need counter hits or whatever to go in combos with it, and has some pretty good range. The move is also special cancelable, so for a fairly good range poke to be special cancelable, that is extra handy. And it does go into the Condor Wind strike versions, the kind that hit. So that might be a go-to poke offense. One thing I found very interesting is they gave her M. Bison's hell attacks. So she can juggle you with medium in the air, land, and then hit you again on the way back down. So if you happen to be good at reactionary anti-airs, you'll get a lot of damage out of that. They also gave Lily a command overhead here, down forward heavy punch. Seems to be pretty decent range, all things considered, and it's barely negative on block. So good tool, I guess. Why not try it? She also has a Rekka series basically as a command normal set. So just forward heavy punch, heavy punch, heavy punch. So the first move is safe. The second hit's not as much. And the final hit is very not safe at all. It does deal a lot of drive gauge damage. The first hit alone deals half a bar, and it is special cancelable. So a move into a special, that can deal a lot of drive gauge damage. Okay, so I said I'd come back to crouch heavy punch.
See, how much,
that can deal half a bar, and it is special cancelable. So a move into a special, that can deal a lot of drive gauge damage.
Damn.
Okay, so I said I'd come back to crouch heavy punch. So I like crouch heavy punch a lot. At the base level, it's 2 hits, and it's special cancelable. So easy hit confirms, 10 frame startup, so pretty fast for what it is considering it's a heavy, right? If I see the hits, because it's 2 hits, oh, special cancel into whatever, let's go. It's handy. I like it. I like it, the simplicity. I like ease of use. I like easy hit confirms. I don't like having to work for anything, so I like that a lot. But this is what I really like. Since it is 2 hits, and I'm just waiting for the hit confirm, whether I get it or not, if I catch you for whatever reason doing a drive impact during it, it is the easiest thing in the world to react back and drive impact back on you.
Yeah.
So if you're, for whatever reason, scared of just random drive impacts, crouch heavy punch is going to be your best friend because it gives you all the time in the world to react if they just start mashing random drive impact at you. It's also barely negative on block. So easy hit confirms, barely negative on block, pretty fast, and very strong anti-drive impact if you catch them doing it. So pretty cool move all around in my books.
That's a good
and
move.
Now just for some odds and ends here. So off EX Tomahawk Buster, they do let you cancel into the EX Condor Dive as a follow-up. It's very expensive. It takes 4 drive bars, but it is 25%, right? Tomahawk Busters are frame 1 anti-air invincible. So if you're just looking to close out a match, 25% is a pretty good way to do it. It's not like you can take your drive gauge with you to the next round anyways, so make them pay for that extra bad jump. On the Condor Dive note, you can only do Condor Dives from neutral and forward jumps. This is for regular and EX. So no jump back EX Condor Dive, which is one of the things I was kind of hoping to do, but so be it. So only regular jumps, forward jumps can you do a Condor Dive from. One thing I did find rather surprising is her level 2 super, you can actually do it while jumping. I don't think you can do it as a cross-up. This is me trying to do it as a cross-up, but that's pretty cool. So I'm certain there's going to be certain scenarios where you're going to be very happy that you can do a level 2 super in the air. Also, again with Condor Dive, you cannot cross up with Condor Dive. I tried. I wasted very valuable time I shouldn't have trying to test this out, but just so you know, so I'll save you your time when launch comes, you cannot cross up with Condor Dive, sadly. Lily cannot match T-Hawk in this regard. A thing to note here about Mexican Typhoon is, yes, all versions will knock you very far away from the enemy, so there's no Oki, there's no pressure, but since you're so far away, you're basically guaranteed a free Condor wind. And actually, most knockdowns, seemingly with the frame advantage, you can always get a Condor wind. Some of them you'll be a little disadvantaged, but for the most part, you're pretty safe in setting it up every time you knock down an enemy on most moves. They want you to build up those stacks after you knock the enemy down. So she's less pressure you on your wake up, more knock you down, get my thing, and then let's try to win neutral with my new supercharged moves. And since we had that section about properly spacing regular Condor Spires, so, if I see it, I'll just drive impact it. Well, about that. If you're predictive, you can drive impact it back. However, if you're reacting to it, for the most part, Lily's going to be able to land in time first and drive impact you back. So pay attention. It's going to be rough. If you're like top 1% of 1% reaction time, maybe you'll be able to get Light Spire on reaction. But for the most part, if you do it, she's going to land in time, drive impact you back, and bonk you in the head. Something fierce. It's definitely going to be something you're going to have to really pay attention for the matchup for sure. And finally, since I had a few minutes more with Lily than I did with the other characters, I even managed to figure out a setup. So off a basic hit confirm, just, like lights, go into light Tomahawk Buster, gives you exactly enough frame advantage on their wake up, go into heavy Spire, and when they land, you're +4 on block. Now, there's a lot of caveats here for sure, right? Like, I have no idea what happens if they back roll if you connect or not. For one, this is just on regular wake up, so who knows? If you do try to drive impact this, I will land in time and drive impact you back. So there you go. And yes, you can parry it, but if you do a regular parry, she's still +4 in your face. And yes, if you do a perfect parry, well, then you win. You'll be able to punish Lily for sure, guaranteed. But thankfully, if you are that god and you can always perfect parry it, I have already figured out a solution. So do medium Spire, purposely whiff, because it won't connect, and then, well, just chuck you while you're trying to parry. So that's totally a thing. It totally works out that way. Now, this whole setup, it probably loses the back roll, honestly. I don't know. I only had a very small amount of time, but just to show you, there's going to be all sorts of setups and all sorts of things to figure out for sure. And that's a bunch about Lily. Once again, I had less than 20 minutes with the character, so there's still so much more to be learned, but hopefully this will give you a good idea of what she's about. Some things I would like to bring up about the character just in general though. Unlike T-Hawk, she does not seem to be good against projectiles as much. Like, yes, you can jump over a boom or whatever, EX Condor Dive, but the actual Condor Dive, EX or otherwise, is not projectile invincible. EX Condor Spire is not projectile invincible. So Lily might actually struggle against projectiles a bit, which is something I didn't really anticipate. Also, her uppercuts, her rising tomahawks. So Tomahawk is frame 1 anti-air invincible, so it stops jumps great. But on the ground, even the EX version is not regular invincible. As far as I can tell, she has no moves at all with any kind of strike invincibility either. Now, I absolutely could be wrong because I certainly didn't get to test every single thing, right? But as far as I can tell, her only defensive options are basically the universal ones that are granted to you in the game. So Lily seemingly has a lot of strong pressure options with Space Spires, and if you have Condor Wind, you don't even need the Space Spire, it's just always going to be plus. But she can't necessarily defend herself as well outside of burning Super Meter, because her level 1 super is invincible at the very least. So a lot of good and interesting things, although she's potentially not without her weaknesses. That all said though, Lily is the character I basically am overall anticipating the most in this game, and with my playtime with her, I'm very, very happy with what I saw. I think she's a really cool character and very fun, and that's the most important thing in the end. So that said, keep tuning into the channel over the next few days. We're going to have even more character previews, not guides, but previews like this one. And of course, check out some of the other videos we've done about Street Fighter 6 on the channel that's already there. Like and subscribe and all that stuff. And until then, well, I guess we're at the end of the video. So thank you very much for watching. Hope this video has found you well, and go out and play some Street Fighter.
All right. All right. Perhaps we can unpack that one for a minute. Okay. Lily is I mean, you can say a grappler. You can say a grappler, but more so like a striker in a way, because it's very interesting. Like the more that I actually learn about her, like she has an interesting dynamic about her that it really seems like the only thing that she has up close as a grappler is that one grab. It seemed like everything else benefits her being at a distance. You know, like she has pretty decent range on on a lot of her normals, that are special cancelable, which is helpful also. And the further away that she does, her condor, her condor attacks where she flies at you, the further away she is, the more beneficial it is for her. So I don't know, like she has a very interesting dynamic about her that I don't know. It seems like the only thing that she has good up close, or that benefits her up close, is that grab. Like she doesn't seem like a grappler. Like everybody like is like calling her a grappler when, I don't know, in actuality, like she seems like a person that, or a character that you kind of want to keep, you want to keep in the mid range, in the mid to 2/4, not 2/4, 2/3 of the way, 2/3 of the way away, because if she activates her, her condor moves too close to you, she's negative, and she ends up getting punished. Or, like, unless she has, the spires, like she has or not the spires, the wind stocks. She has the wind stocks and she's cool, but, like otherwise, like it seems like a lot of her stuff benefits her being further away. I don't know. That's an interesting dynamic there. Said basically, Lily is an in and out type of character. It really comes off as that. It really comes off as that more so than her being, a character that thrives on trying to close in on you and do as much damage as possible. Like Manon, you want to keep her out. Geef, who we're about to, jump into that character preview, shortly. You want to keep him out. Her, I think she wants to keep out. It seems like, like her stuff benefits her kind of like in the mid to 2/3 of the screen. Like to me, I mean, that grab is gonna hurt, but like the work that you putting in, the work that a Lily player is really going to be putting in is going to be from, more of a distance. Cause she has nice range on her normals. And the further away that you are, her condor dive attacks are, more plus, are more advantageous, to her from a frame advantage standpoint. So I don't know. She has a weird dynamic to her. Like I don't even consider her a grappler. Like that. Like to me, like she's just as much of a grappler as Cammy is. That should definitely be interesting to watch and see how pros use her for sure. 100%, man. Like I'm definitely looking forward to seeing, like how different people use her, because I could, man, for all I know, I could be completely off base and she could be, the complete opposite. But based on that character breakdown, and it seemed like he did a pretty extensive breakdown, her repertoire seemed to benefit benefit her the more that she moved away from her opponent, as opposed to traditional grapplers to where their tool set benefit as you close in. I don't know. We'll see. We'll see in less than a month. Y'all ready for Geef though? Y'all ready to get into this Geef? Get a little bit more of a extensive breakdown of Geef. See what he talking about. Shout out to again UnapolaJettik doing the Lord's work, helping carry me through this joint right now.
And welcome. This is UnapolaJettik, my friends. This is a little bit of a preview, if you will, of Zangief in Street Fighter 6. So I was very fortunate enough to go to the Capcom offices in San Francisco to play an early build of the game. And I got a little bit of time to mess around.
I'm gonna tell you how much facts that is, actually. There were a lot of people saying that they weren't impressed by what Manon was. Like initially people would sleep on Manon. A lot of people were. A lot of people were asleep on JP, but I could see why people were asleep on JP, because the large majority of people, and we'll get to JP as well. A lot of people were asleep on JP because they anticipated he was going to be a charge character. I did too. I can't even front on that. But we'll get to JP. JP is a separate section. We'll get there. We'll get there.
Around with some of the characters. And when I mean a little bit of time, I mean a little bit of time. It was not much. So don't expect a full guide here. Once again, this will be a preview. I want to give you an idea of what Zangief is capable of going into the launch of Street Fighter 6. That said, if you have not checked out the original video, I highly suggest you do. I'll have that linked for you at the end of this video if you want, as I go over a lot of key gameplay details of Street Fighter 6. But that said, now let's talk about the video we're in, Zangief. And of course, if we're talking Zangief, let's just cut to the chase. Let's talk some grabs right out of the gate, because that's the main event. So, spinning pile driver, it's the main event, right? 5-frame startup, very quick. Light does 25%.
25%.
Medium does 29%. And the heavy version does friggin' 33%.
3 of them bad boys and a little jab. Kill a motherfucker, man. Let's think about that.
And of course, the X being the X does just a little bit more. We'll talk about it in a second here. Does 34%. Now, what makes this really wild is the damage. Once again, the light does 25%, right?
Facts,
Say we rewind the clock back to Street Fighter 4. Zangief's light in Street Fighter 4 is 18%. The medium is a decent 200, and the heavy is 25%, 250, right?
That part, Bats.
So Zangief's light in Street Fighter 6 does as much as Zangief's heavy in Street Fighter 4. And Street Fighter 5, forget it. Like, the light version is 200, the medium version is 210, and the heavy version is an almighty 220. So Zangief's light pile driver in Street Fighter 6 does more damage than any version of his pile driver in Street Fighter 5. And once again, that's just the light. We got the medium and the heavy and the EX to worry about too. So Zangief's damage potential has not been this high off a grab in decades. This is more closer to, like, say, Potemkin from Guilty Gear compared to classic Zangief. Going in well into the 30% means he can kill you in 2 heavy pile drivers and 1 EX pile driver in this game. 3 grabs and you're done, potentially.
Yep.
So yes, the grab game is very real. Also, speaking on the EX, I want to show you some of the ranges here. So from this range, a decent amount away, heavy grab easily whiffs. However, EX grab connects from that far away and dealing its 34% damage.
That is crazy.
You can grab from a good long whiles away, not the least of which, hey, running bear grab, it's back. And up close, 28 frames, not bad. The closer you are, the less travel time, meaning easier to catch people. You can definitely catch people sleeping, which is certainly the point. And by the way, both the regular and EX versions of the move have super armor. So you can blow past a Hadouken, a Sonic Boom, say a Dalsum very stretchy limb, and run on through to the other side and dunk them.
Geef is equipped this time around, y'all. Geef is equipped out here. Man, Geef is equipped, player.
Come on their head. It's going to be pretty handy. And also double suplex from the older games return. So this is running bear grab done up close. And as you can see, the animation is very different than a regular pile driver. Big, just smash you on your head. So it is slower, 10 frames versus the spinning pile drivers, 5 frames. So what do you get here? The damage is good, although it's just slightly less than the spinning pile driver. The main thing is you are much closer to the enemy than at the end of the spinning pile driver. A lot of people think there's no Oki after pile drivers. That's totally not correct. You are like plus 28, plus 29, depending on the distance, depending on the move. Just you're further out. So you have to drive rush in with, like, say, stand medium punch with the range. Since you're a fair bit closer on double suplex, you might not need the drive rush as much. Or perhaps you can just drive rush with a much bigger button because you don't need to rely on the range anymore. So little bit on the startup, little bit on the damage you're giving up, but you're just much closer to the enemy, so your opportunities to follow up should be better. Once again, it had very limited time, so I couldn't math out and lab out all the particulars, but that should be enough to get you started. Now, here's just a quick look at a bunch of the normals. About what you would expect. The chops, they go into themselves even if you whiff, which I find very funny. Those are just medium, medium, medium punch. Nothing fancy there. Stuff like stand heavy kick is one of his few plus on block moves. That's very handy to know. The headbutt does not beat fireballs anymore, sadly, but it is still wildly plus on block, so don't worry about that. Now, to note on the chops, so we've seen a lot of the chops in the trailers, they do not self-combo. The first hit does not combo into the second hit unless there's advantage frames, like say, off the back of a drive rush. Drive rush always gives plus 4 frames of advantage to whatever hit you're doing, and that gives enough frame advantage for hit 1 to connect into hit 2. So that's the kind of secret of the move. Hit 2 and 3, they self-combo into each other, that's fine, but you need frame advantage some way, somehow, for hit 1 to connect into hit 2. Since it's quick and it has a lot of range, this is definitely the move they want you to do off a drive rush, and also it's very easy to single hit confirm, so if you drive rush and see the first hit connect, then you can very easily follow up with hits 2 and 3, so I think that's the whole plan of the move. Other notable normals here, Zangief's stand heavy punch is chargeable like Street Fighter V, and if you charge it, it does have armor, and as you can see right there, on punish counter, it sends the opponent flying. Just absolutely devastates him. So will probably be a workhorse normal, and also the charge version is plus on block. Plus frames are very rare in Street Fighter 6 compared to like every other Street Fighter, so it'll be very valuable. To note some of the command normals, so back heavy kick is the big spinning heel kick, and it's good, it's still an overhead, but it's very negative. I know in the trailers we saw the cool, you know, overhead into the bounce and all that into combos, but it's apparently negative 12 on block and it leaves you directly beside the enemy. So maybe be a little sparing in using the move.
That cane, boy.
Other command normals here, like a down forward and medium punch. It's like Kane's thrust in WWF, basically. It's special cancelable, that's good, but I didn't find too much of a use for it early on. Versus, say, forward medium kick, the old knee. And it's good range. It can be quite plus if you space it correctly, but I know what you're asking is, can you do the thing? Empty knee into super, the 720, and of course you can. The Zangief special for when you don't really want to earn it. Empty knee into 720 is still very much a thing. Headbutt, still headbutt, easy combos on hit, and it's plus 4 on block. So yeah, pretty handy. The command drop kick's really cool, actually. It very easily crushes lows and creates this kind of slide out state where if you touch the wall, you bounce and you get a very easy combo follow-up. This isn't optimal by any stretch, but just to show the idea. So this move particularly, if you're playing against someone who fishes with like a lot of lows, like say Ryu going for crouch medium kick into fireball over and over, if their low is their main way to engage in neutral, this move will absolutely destroy them. So use and abuse for sure. Jumping headbutt command normal does combo into EX air pile driver, so that's always an option.
Okay, that's crazy. Said no means no, man. Not to him. That's kind of not fair being that far away. Yo, man, I know. So Zangief's going to be an accessible threat for other fighters in the game with more damaging pile drivers and a double German suplex from the grab. Yeah, 100%, man. At the cost of speed, you are getting a lot of power. You're getting a lot of power. You know, and he's been given a lot of tools over previous games to, you know, help him close in on people that would normally zone him out. I.e., you know, the Shotos and, you know, the likes of Dhalsim. You know, like, that's what I was saying. Like, I mean, like, Dhalsim is not going to be able to just zone him out the same way that he was in all the other entries. He has tools now. Now, he may be able to still zone him out. You know, he may still be advantageous when it comes to the head-to-head matchup, but going to have to use a lot more tools. It's going to take a lot more of this to win that matchup. Said, do you lose meter from doing special? From just doing like regular special moves? No. Now, if you do the overdrive version of special moves, then yes, you have to use some of your drive meter. Said I might have to run with them. Hey man, get used to doing 360 motions then. Yo, Sly Crow, what's going on? Appreciate you pulling up. Yeah, appreciate you pulling up. Right now, in the moment we're going over the red hurricane, the red cyclone. Give himself
option. And now just talking some Lariat stuff. So Lariat itself, projectile invincible after the first few frames, and you have drift capabilities. You can move forward or backwards like you would expect. And the EX version is just basically much faster, less overall time, better drift, and it's projectile invincible on frame 1. So it might get you out of some fireball setups that the regular Lariat could not. And since you have less overall time of you doing the Lariat, it's safer to use almost like double Lariat in Super Turbo against certain fireballs like, say, Guile Sonic Booms, if you want to spend the meter anyways. And with faster startup and very appreciable damage, it's pretty good for combos as EX Lariat, and we showcased a couple examples of that earlier on with the headbutts. EX Lariat, very welcome move. And on Super Talk, the level 1 super, the anti-air, it's full invincible startup, so it'll be fine for jumps and all that kind of stuff. The interesting thing to me is the level 2 super. So this what was his V trigger in Street Fighter V. And yes, it's very good against projectiles for sure, as long as you're on the ball. Just to give an idea here, that's respectable enough range, right? But you can actually get people from very far away. So in our next example here, look at the distance I catch DJ from. Isn't that almost unfair? Like, I would say I'm like 85% of the screen away from DJ when I start my super. So if you're scared to throw a fireball with Zangief with 2 meters at 85% of the screen away, because he might react on you, that's where it's gonna get rough.
Wow.
Zangief with 2 bars stocked, fireballs are always gonna be a problem, but you're gonna have to put some respect on his name here for sure, because the jackhammer is coming for you. And for now, that's about all I got for you. Once again,
is crazy.
While I did get to go into the training mode with the character, I had very limited amount of time, and I did want to check out multiple characters. But hopefully this is enough to give you a taste, an idea of what Zangief is capable of in Street Fighter 6 and his true power. The command grab has never been scarier in Street Fighter than it has been now in Street Fighter 6, it looks like, and Zangief will be leading the way of the Grappler Nation. I got some more character breakdown videos for you coming over the next few days, so look forward to those. And otherwise, well, I guess we're at the end of the video. So thank you very much for watching. Hope this video has found you well, and go out and play some Street Fighter.
That is dumb. That is dumb. That vacuum effect. He essentially has a full screen counter projectile super. Woo. That is dumb. That is dumb right there. Says Geef look hits. I'm assuming that means that he looks broken as hell. Yeah, I'm gonna assume that means broken as hell, because that's exactly what he looks. Dude looks busted. That is ridiculous, bruh. But again, shout out to Roofamonger. Shout out to Roofamonger for these dope videos that we can kind of like analyze his analysis, have a little bit of conversation based on his analysis. If you haven't done so already, hit up his channel, you know. Yeah, hit up his channel. It's a great sub. It's a great sub. You know, if you enjoy FGC content, Roofamonger, I will also link his joint in the chat. I will do that also. But yeah, man, gonna get back to business here. Gonna get back to business. I'm not sure if you guys have had a chance to check it out or not, but the 3v3 has been revealed also. 3v3 mode has been revealed in greater detail. Not just revealed, but detailed in greater, you know, to a greater extent. We can check that out. Yeah. So I mean I like his look in the game. Oh, okay. Got you. Got you.
Hey, what's going on, man? Come on in. You ready to play?
What is up? This is Wooly.
And this is Reggie.
Next up,
we are checking out Street Fighter 6 footage. Thanks to Capcom, we were able to record some footage of the rest of the cast that were not in the closed beta, and some of the features as well. So what you're seeing here is one of many videos we're going to be releasing, and this is specializing in the team battle. So you can do 3-on-3s, and this looks perfect for any team battle features or tournaments coming up in the future. Because, yeah, round by round, they give you a chance between matches to play and to pause and to wait for the next person to sit down. Looks awesome.
Yeah,
I'm looking forward to the next Street Fighter League events. See them using this.
We also turn on commentary, so we got a mix of English and Japanese commentators going on as well. So quite interesting.
get ready for history to be made.
Dual language commentary.
That's great.
Yep. To note, of course, we just
Whoa!
Wow! Look at that right there. A slide while we hop over them. Okay.
That was crazy.
So we didn't get a ton of time to mess around too much with the characters before we started recording. So what you're seeing is us just kind of pressing buttons.
Okay. You know what? I can take this time to briefly answer a couple questions, because I see there are a couple things addressed here. So I dig the remix version of Capcom versus SNK's True Love. Yeah, for sure. Actually, I'm not even sure if that's the remix version or not. I'm not even sure if that's the remix version. I think that might just be the original version they use at the end of his videos, if I'm not mistaken. But yeah, man, that's an iconic theme right there, man. That's an iconic theme, man. I love that theme song. That was one of those joints, man. Like, I remember hearing that. I remember hearing it in the arcade. How do you feel about Geef with modern controls? I think he honestly is the only, like, to me, he's the only justification for modern controls. Like, I don't like, I mean, we discussed this earlier in the video before you got here, Crow. But I think unless a person is trying to shortcut some like a very, very difficult command, like doing 360s or 720s, that Gee for Lily or somebody like that, that's somebody like that has, you know, within their moveset, I still don't see the justification to using modern controls in the long run, unless you don't plan on either A, going to a level of competitive competency, or B, playing against people who are at a level of competitive competency. So like it depends. It depends on what your intentions are. But Geef with modern controls is kind of the exception to that in a way. You know? He said, I still feel like Ryu and Guile with modern would be OP. No, they would be no more OP. They would not be as OP as Guile. Maybe Guile because of the charge aspect and seeing how that's kind of, you know, seeing how that's maneuvered. But a Shoto with modern is no different than somebody who just knows how to use them. Because like a Shoto is ultimately gonna have more tools at their ready than somebody than a Shoto using modern. You know, like the only way that a modern control Shoto would be at an advantage is if you just don't put in the time to learn the commands that come with using the Shoto in the first place. Like they don't offer anything. It doesn't offer anything extra. It doesn't offer anything extra. Like it's not really that much of a shortcut to skate around. You know, like, okay, if you're trying to find a way out of charge, if you're trying to find a way of charge, you know, a way around charging or a way around 360s, okay, all right, I could understand that even at the cost of cutting your moveset in half and nerfing your damage. Okay, I could see that. But a Shoto, like a person who has command specials as it is, no. Said one button EXDP. I think you're kind of overestimating how difficult a DP is. You know, like a one button EXDP is not worth giving up half your tool set. Like, it's like, again, like once you get to a level of competitive competency, people are not just going to be jumping in on a Shoto like that. Like, people are going to know that you just can't jump. You just can't jump on Shotos, or when a Shoto is on wake up, that you can't just, you know, go autopilot. An EXDP is actually, you know, like a one button EXDP is actually not as beneficial as you would think that it is. You know, like you can still get the same benefits in classic controls if you just know how to do the command. DPs are not that difficult to do. DPs are not 360 inputs, and DPs don't require the charge, the amount of time that it takes to charge an input. You know, a Shoto on modern controls is actually less scary. You can also confirm EX specials easier on punish counter. Again, that's muscle memory, man. Again, that's muscle memory. That's muscle memory, man. You know, that's something like you just train that up. Like if you want to just find the easy way out of doing things, then by all means do it. But just know that you are absolutely hampering your growth in the long term. So if those particular things like EX specials that will probably be able to be baited out, and you know, like people will understand how to kind of work around those. I mean, by all means, I'm not here to tell people how they should play, but at the same time, I don't think we should overestimate, you know, what they specifically offer. Like confirming EX specials easier. Practice. Yeah, I mean, like if you're trying to do those kinds of things, you'll be able to do a lot more. You'll be able to do a lot more in classic once you actually get that. You know, once you actually get the timing and the cadence of it. When you get the timing and the cadence of it down, it'll benefit you more playing in classic mode. Like, you know, like I made the analogy earlier, like Modern controls gives you, you know, like it's an example of like modern controls starting you off at level 5 as opposed to level 0, but you can only go up to level 15. Like it's like you have a level 5 to level 15 range. You start out not quite at 0 like you would with classic, but your ceiling is so much lower. So much lower. You have a higher floor but a lower ceiling. You know, like with classic controls, like you have access to more of your tool set, so it allows you to do more things. He said the issue I have with classic on stick is canceling in the supers. I need to get the timing down. How long have you been practicing on your stick? Pause. Because the thing is, like, you know, if it's a situation where like you just started, like, yeah, like you're not gonna get it initially. Like how long have you actively been practicing? I mean, not just on some, you know, one day on, take 2 weeks off type of thing. Like how long have you been actively practicing? Because that's ultimately what it's gonna take to develop, you know, muscle memory. Because, you know, like, that's the thing. It's like modern controls is making a decision of whether you want a lower floor and a higher ceiling or a higher floor with a lower ceiling. You know, like it's a decision that you as a player have to make. But a person who has mastery or has a certain level of mastery or expertise on classic controls will usually beat the person who has the same amount of mastery or expertise in modern, just because they have more to pull out of their tool set at any given time. Said Phil Spencer has officially issued an apology. Wow. Hey, man, he looking for the escape hatch, man. Wow. He says an interview with, oh yeah, that's the we were actually speaking about that interview earlier. Yeah, about where, you know, like he's talking about, you know, the issues and the reason, you know, like, and how AAA games don't have any impact on market share. And that's absolutely the interview that we were speaking of. I said that analogy reminded me of Barry going, you were almost a Jill sandwich. Yo, pretty much. Yeah, like do you want less of a struggle at the very beginning, or do you want to struggle and ultimately conquer the learning curve at the beginning and have more of your tool set later? You know, because the thing is right now, like initially, like essentially what I'm saying, Crow, is that until you actually get to the point to where canceling is actually something you can consistently do, none of those other things really matter as much. Like I say, like focus more on the fundamentals of playing the game and connecting all these different things together, rather than focusing solely on an easier way to do individual moves or to do combos. I say, you know, like it's, I mean, of course you can play however you want, but it seems like you're placing a little bit too much emphasis on things on bridges that you don't necessarily need to cross yet. But yeah, man, we can keep it pushing. We on Geef here.
Buttons, figuring it out as we go, and yeah.
Oh, that doesn't work.
EX Lariat is a thing. 3 punches for that, 2 punches for a regular, right? Now, traditionally, Blanka just wants to stay the hell out of Geef's way for this entire match because things like that can happen, right? Back in the day, that used to be up ball into protect the Russian skies, and now it's the other way around, but it's still scary.
Still a similar story.
That pose he did as his win pose, I think that was like some of his Marvel vs. Street Fighter artwork of Geef like flexing. Ooh. Pretty cool. Blanka Chan coming in for support.
Yeah, I need to get used to pushing 2 buttons for Lariat, because if not, I'm gonna spend that OD, that drive meter.
Unintentionally. And of course, the benefits of EX Lariat versus regular Lariat, not 100% sure just yet. Didn't get a chance, but that forward HP claw with Blanka, cancelable into Coward Claw.
Yeah, no, that's not gonna work.
Sorry about some of the graphical corruption you're seeing there. We had some recording issues, unfortunately, and it came through on some of the footage. We did the best we could, but
flipping.
yeah, this is a great stage too. This is probably my second favorite stage. It's really pretty.
That is a dope stage.
EX Vol to level 3. That works, baby. Hell yeah.
That's gonna leave a mark.
That wasn't teabagging. That was me just getting my toys out. But don't worry about it.
This guy. Oh no, caught sleeping.
Come on, throw. Blanka Chan gets eliminated because you hit me. So just hit me and the threat goes away. No. Oh,
see,
God.
Like right after that. Like,
oh, no. Oh, no.
Never had.
And I held it the whole way.
You've never had an ability
to I wonder if I don't hold the button if it's safe.
Just hit me and the threat. Blanka Chan gets eliminated because you hit me.
Boom.
So just hit me and the threat goes away.
Boom.
Blanka Chan gets eliminated because you hit me.
Run down on you just like that.
So just hit me and the threat goes away. No.
Geef never had an opportunity to do that. He did not used to be able to do that. That alone makes him a different type of scary. That alone makes him a different kind of scary than he's ever been before.
Oh, God.
Not to mention he can back you in. We already saw that.
I wonder if I don't hold the button if it's safe on activation.
Like it used to be?
Yeah.
I don't know. EX Electricity, you cannot slide afterwards like you could in Street Fighter V. So it seems like you get the 2 hits, but no follow-up as you used to. Save that stuff for Nationals. Thanks, Steve. Classic.
We'll try to get in.
I like this. Steve is like, hey, so what did you think of that?
Oh, shit on.
Yeah. So, yeah, this match we've been playing
already up
a little bit here. Doing some work. That works.
Y'all seeing.
Oh, no.
Not enough armor. 2 hits,
y'all
though,
seeing,
of
y'all
armor.
seeing right now in practicality how ridiculous Manon can be. She already is up to level 3 in the first round. And she has won the first round. So if she wins the first round, that means that in order for you to win against her, to win the match, you have to go through 2 more rounds of dealing with her. By the time she gets to level 5, she has 2 additional rounds to get to level 5. And once she gets to level 5, heads in beds. Strongest grabs in the game.
Because you saw the second one was red, but I didn't have the life for it. So probably like the other moves, probably armored for up to 3 hits then.
So is it just me or does Manon equal? Man, yes. Yeah, we were talking about that earlier. Wavy. Yes, absolutely. She is the new Mika. She is the new Mika for sure.
No armor on that though, right? See, I'm like hoping for the armor to kick in right there, but unfortunately it does not. Sorry about that footage.
Okay.
Going down. Meteorite. So it really looks like Scootum is going to be what I want to do when you're airborne.
Out of the corner. Oh, it's too far.
Once again, deceptively long range on that.
Full animation.
Bien sûr.
Oh, she loves it.
All right.
Here she is.
And then Lily versus Cammy.
So, the game plan versus Cammy in previous Street Fighters, for me anyway, has been if she's in your face, she's winning. Therefore, I see that probably is going to be the case here. Get away from her is likely going to continue to be the game plan. What do you think?
That's the story.
Yep.
That's what happens usually.
Okay.
But she usually has good buttons in the mid-range as well to whiff punish people. So
New buttons.
Good buttons. I hope that she'll be able to control people in the mid-range and not have to force her way in.
Yeah, let's just spend it all.
Why can't beating on children?
That little extra delay got 2 stocks out of it.
Yeah, man.
I can't combo to heavy drill, I guess.
We still whoop our kids around here. We still whoop them kids.
That's one way to deal with a blocked super.
You give it where you get.
Oh, he rushes me down.
Plus.
Oh, no!
Spent the wind, and we got one of these.
Kids acting up out here.
That's fair.
You whoop that ass right there.
Yeah, I wasn't sure what to think of Lily initially, but getting my hands on a couple games with her, like, I really like it. It was a lot of fun. Stuff like that is great. I'm not afraid to install my wind. Right? I got a little. I got my amplified specials at this point.
We'll talk about
that. Be aware.
A real command throw.
Of the charge.
Yep.
Okay, so that worked as per the trials. Crouching Fierce, Crouching Medium Punch. Enhance, Called Inspire.
Gotta be aware.
So scary.
And then you start jumping, right? That's the mix.
Get off.
And you got to stay aware of how much wind I have installed as well, right?
Ooh. Harder.
That was sick.
Harder.
Yeah. So that's the team feature. Waseda style, I guess, another way of putting it. Pokemon matchups, really cool. I can see a lot of fun stuff happening with that online, hopefully with a group of players all playing together.
Yeah.
Yeah, shout out to Wooly versus. But yeah. Okay. Let's theoretically unpack that, right? Cuz that is an interesting ideology, right? That's an interesting ideology to have. Like, says you might have to react more when it comes to Manon because you rush down on her. Wait, hold on. You might have to react more when it comes to Manon because you rush down on her because Manon can build up her grab so quick. That is ultimately the way, and that's why I like to specialize in rush down characters. The best way to negate what they do is ultimately to not allow them to dictate the pace of the match, because now, like, at this point in Street Fighter 6, there are tools that are given a character. Like, let's stay specifically on Manon, right? Manon, you can't necessarily zone her out the same way that you would be able to in previous games, because for one, there's a parry system in place that negates projectiles, and two, her spin has projectile invincibility frames to it that push her towards you. So it doesn't necessarily benefit you to zone, with at least not with projectiles. Now somebody like Dalsum is a little different because he has, strike attacks that can reach, a long distance. But a rush down kid, like say for like me myself, I play Cammy. My strategy would be to absolutely smother her. Like I would try to get her caught up in as many different compromising situations to make her guess in reaction to what I'm doing. Because if I let her dictate what's going on, at some point or another, she's gonna grab me. So the best way against people that are usually like grapplers or zoners, for that matter, I try to dictate the pace of the match. If I let anybody else dictate the pace of the match and what's going on, I will probably lose as a rush down character. Like that's inherently that works across the board. If you're a rush down archetype, you probably have less health. You have less health, but you have the most mix-up potential. You have the fastest attacks. Like you have an ability to stick and move a lot better than most people or most characters, right? So my strategy is to not allow you to get into a rhythm that you're comfortable with playing in. So like a zoner, they want to keep you out as a distance. They want to keep you out at a distance. I'm going to do everything I can to close that distance as much as humanly possible because zoners traditionally don't have good up close tools. Manon is different, but not, because she does have options. She does have options in, in a certain, in the mid range. Close range, she has things that can make you guess. But without the use of a drive rush, it'll still be negative. But the key is to not let them get into their rhythm. I absolutely, like, you rush people like that down. You strike them before they can strike you. So I think Drive Impact is a good tool for range characters. Absolutely. 100%. Like, to me, honestly, I think Drive Impact is better against closing in on characters that use projectiles than it is for people that do strike attacks. Because projectiles ultimately, like, you're locked into that animation. So like if you catch somebody early enough and like for range characters, like, I mean, like, because even if we're talking about range characters, like Manon has cancelable inputs from long range, so does Lily. But for, like, if you're talking about like range as far as projectile characters, zoners, in that sense, I absolutely agree. But you do have to be very careful against characters like, like Marissa, Manon, Lily, who have long range normals that can be canceled into specials. Because if you have normals that can be canceled into specials, you can also counter that drive impact that's thrown at you. So you can use that to bait people to drive impact, and just so you can react to it, and then bye-bye to half your life bar. Not half, but 30 to 40% of your life bar. So like there's a serious metagame involved. There's a serious metagame involved in which you have to think in layers. You have to think in layers. It depends a lot. It depends a lot on who you're going against and understanding what they can cancel into. So I might have to bait Manon players to throw their normals to bring me closer to them, and then be faster with the command grabs with Geef. That's actually a really good strategy. But I'm gonna tell you this. Man. If you're playing Geef, a smart Manon player is gonna use their distance. They're not gonna try and draw you in closer. If they I emphasize, if they're a smart Manon player, they are going to use her long ass legs to just mid-range you to death. They are not gonna want to draw you in closer, because you're even more dangerous. Like, you can do a lot more things in close proximity than a Manon player can. Like you have armored specials, you have armored normals, you have a grab that is by default stronger than hers. Now, if she's at level 5, then cool. Hers is a little bit stronger, you know. But a Manon player is not gonna want to let you get in if you're Geef. Now, of course, you're playing as Geef. You absolutely want to get in. You want to get in, you know, and you're gonna have your ways to get in. But a Manon player, she's not gonna do, she ain't gonna do those normals that, you know, that vacuum you in. She's not gonna do that not to you, not to Geef, not to Geef. She's gonna use those long legs. She's gonna use that sweeping attack. She's gonna use that overhead. She's gonna use more of her mix-up capabilities. You know, she's not gonna be using that you know, that spin that gives her the projectile invincibility. She won't be using that nearly as much against you because you don't have projectiles to throw at her. So like there are gonna be certain tools that Manon is gonna have that she probably won't use against you if you're a Geef player. You know, like a smart Manon player is going to keep their distance. Said Geef has a drop kick, and if I get a wall bounce, then I can rush in. Absolutely, 100%. I mean, you're going to have tools. You're gonna have tools to get in. You're gonna have tools to get in. I mean, like if we're talking about, you know, the drop kick. You still have the armored grab, and don't have meter. If you got 2 bars of meter, you can vacuum them in when they try and throw something out, just to try and keep you distant. If they're not blocking, they get vacuumed in by that super. Like there are absolutely ways in which you can close in now. Not to mention, like you know, like we're talking about, you know, just inherent, you know, movement options that everyone has, i.e. drive rush. Geef has options. Like the way that I will fight a Manon, or the way that a Manon will fight me, is going to be significantly different than the way a Manon will fight you, Jay. A Manon is actually going to try and keep you out of grab range, as opposed to like playing against somebody like me, who are like playing against Cammy. She's going to absolutely try to bring you into grab range. Can you put down the channels that you're going over? Absolutely. The one we were going through earlier is Ruffelmonger. We went through a few of his channels, not a few of his channels, a few of his videos, and the other one is Wooly Versus. Throw that in there too. But yeah, like and that's the thing. That's the thing. Like there's not necessarily a specific strategy. Like unless you're like a rush down character, or to an extent a zoner. Like if you're somebody who thrives on being in your opponent's face, or you're a person that thrives on being as far away from your opponent as possible. Like if you're on either one of those extremes of the spectrum, then yeah, like you try to pretty much keep everybody, you know, play everybody the same as much as you can. But if you're one of those people like Manon, honestly, Manon, Lily, it seems anyway, Shotos, Chun-Li, you have to tailor your strategy towards the matchup that's in front of you. Now, people like Geef, pretty like you gonna want to play the same way. You're gonna want to play the same way, even if you have to tweak it a little bit depending on who you're fighting. Your mission is ultimately the same. Same with me. Like if I'm playing Cammy, I want to be on the offensive as much as possible. I got to be in my opponent's face on the offensive as much as humanly possible. But everybody else, you kind of got to massage it a little bit. You kind of got to massage it. There were times like when I was playing Kimberly, like I could play a rush down game, but there are times in which I need to be very, very selective with it. You know, I had to, you know, space myself out in order to close in. You know, like you really had to, you know, it's not necessarily footsies, but just understanding when to use distance and when to close in, you know. Say I can't jump on her because I'll lose all the time. Absolutely. Stay on the ground. Feet on the ground, man. Feet on the ground. Matter of fact, I'll take that even further. Keep your feet on the ground against anybody as much as possible. As much as possible, keep your feet on the ground. Don't jump. Don't jump. So I think she loses against Geef in the corner from what I can tell. I would imagine. Especially since Geef has, you know, wall splat options. You know, like Geef, Marisa, those types of characters. Yeah. They're in close proximity in the corner. Geef gonna eat them up. Geef gonna eat that matchup up. Marisa too. Q said, "Do you think maybe Street Fighter 6 should be launching with more fighters available from the start? Do you think the roster should be 15 to 20 characters deep? I mean, it has 18. There's 18 characters in there already. You know, I think that, yeah, like Jay said, I believe that's more than enough. I believe that's more than enough right there." Especially since, you know, like every quarter we're going to be getting another character. So approximately 9 months or so after release, we'll be gearing up at least for Akuma, if he's not already out in 9 months, you know. He said it needs 40 at launch. Hey, man. Then that joint wouldn't come out till 2026. So I figured some people would feel that way. However, I just wonder, should the game be stacked a bit more at release? I don't think it benefits people, because I think instead of like focusing so much on loading it up with characters, I say make the game itself more robust. You know, I think the 18 characters spanning the different character archetypes is actually a lot. Like 18 different characters, 18 different play styles is a lot. Now, if it was a situation to where like we had, you know, like 5 of them playing exactly the same, I could see that. But these are vastly different archetypes that we're talking about. Like there are very, very different play styles here. Like Guile is very different than Zangief. Zangief is very different from Cammy. Cammy is very different than Dalsum. JP is literally different from everybody. Jury is different from, you know, E Honda. You know, like I think there are a lot of different, you know, avenues for people to come up on, you know, with the 18 characters that were offered. I don't think it needs to be stockpiled with a lot of characters initially, you know, because, you know, I would, you would like to think that while you're in the process of learning and studying your characters, you're also learning and studying the matchup against, the other 17 that you're playing. And the more characters you include in the game, the more matchups you have to learn initially off the rip. That is, now of course you don't want to start off and only had 10 fighters. Like that's crazy. But I think a starting point of almost 20 characters, I think that's very solid. I think that's very solid to start with. And they're going to be aggressively releasing characters after launch. So by this time next year, we'll be gearing up for season 2. We'll be gearing up for season 2, man. So I don't think, the size of the roster is an issue right now. Especially, again, considering the roster variety that we have. They've actually introduced certain character archetypes that, traditionally weren't there in the past. Like the likes of a Jamie and a JP are very, very different, Said 10 fighters at launch wouldn't be enough. Not nearly. But I think 18 is a really good starting point. And we're going to get Rashid this summer. So like within 3 months, I would say like, within August, I would say, like late August, mid to late August, right after Evo, Rashid would be on the way. After that, Aki would be on the way. The roster would be at 20 at the end of the year anyway, I think that's really good, Because I don't think you want to necessarily overwhelm people either. Because like this is a game that people want to play competitively. You have to like I think the aspect of learning matchups should be a layered approach. Even though I mean we all like we want more. We want more. So I mean I understand it, but when we step back and actually analyze it from a competitive standpoint, that would be a lot of matchups to learn if we were talking about, like 40 characters or, 30 characters or something like that. Like that's an overwhelming amount to learn. Especially, like when you're trying to learn the aspects and the mechanics of just the game itself. You're trying to figure out the game. So you got to keep up with this game, or you will fall behind if you're competing. Oh yeah, but that's literally every game. That's literally every game, man. You fall off, man. You fall off. You fell off. You got to stay on top of it. You got to stay on top of it, man. You got to be locked in. You got to be locked in, man. Like the people that are, that are some of the best at Street Fighter 5 even, like after 7 years, those are the people that were there in 2016, 2017. Like they were there, like Mena RD, like he won Capcom Cup this past Capcom Cup in 2013. The last one he won was 2018. Like He's been in the mix that entire time. He been in the mix the entire run, man. So like, yeah, you have to keep up. You have to keep up, man. Like you can't fall off. You can't fall off because there's somebody out there who is keeping up and will easily pass you. Will easily pass you. But yeah, man. Probably gonna get ready to wrap it there. We at the 4-hour mark, man. I ain't trying to hold y'all forever. We can continue this, man. Like I may do another one of these this weekend, man, because I'm enjoy having the conversation. I'm gonna keep it real. I'm really excited about I'm really excited as we get closer to the release of the game. I might do another one of these this weekend, man. I really might I'm gonna see what's happening. I'm gonna see what's happening with it. But I appreciate everybody that pulled up, watching this on the back end, man. Y'all know the spiel by now. If you haven't done so already, please hit that like button on your way out. Shout out to everybody that was here, spent any amount of time with me. I appreciate that to the full, contributed to the conversation. I love these things. I love these things, you know. So everybody from, you know, like Sly Crow, Jay, Quantum, you already know. Ant Dog, Black, both of them, Magnificent and all. My boy Chuck, man. Shout out to you as always, man. Wavy was up in here. Sim, Bats Agent, my TNT's brothers, my Shadaloo crew. Man, everybody, man. Train. And everybody, man. Titanfall came through, kicked it with me. Man, everybody, man. Everybody, man. I appreciate y'all. Said how many likes for Jet to run Fortnite? 800,000. 800,000. Said maybe you can have a stream how you practice in Street Fighter 5. Oh man, being this close to Street Fighter 6, man. Street Fighter 5 has been deleted, but maybe I could do something like, you know, like in Street Fighter 6 in the little demo. Maybe we could do that. But yeah, man. 5 don't even exist to your boy no more, man. We less than a month out from 6, dog. We less than a month out, dog. I can't even look at 5 no more, man. 5 just looks awful. So thank you for another great stream and making the build up to the release of Street Fighter 6 exciting just to talk about. Absolutely, man. Thank you for coming through and participating in it. So inshallah, all is well and remains well for all of us. Absolutely. Have a great night, my brother. Said 4 weeks. Absolutely. 4 weeks exactly. Exactly. 4 weeks exactly. You know, 4 Thursdays away. 4 Thursdays away, brother. We almost there, man. We almost there. I might do another one of these this weekend, man, because I really enjoy just having these conversations with y'all, man. You know, there's a whole lot, you know, theory crafting. The cool thing is that you guys are all planning on maining all different people. So as we you know, kind of like deep dive into the characters and the metas behind a lot of these characters, you know, we can talk about approaches to matchups early on based on what we've seen. You know, and compare and contrast a lot of our ideologies, you know, and that always makes for fun conversation. But yeah, maybe on Saturday. I know the family is talking about all getting together this weekend, so depending on Saturday or Sunday when we do that, I may just, you know, do something the alternating day to that. So yeah, I will be in touch. If you haven't done so already, I will throw the link to the TNT's Discord up in there. Yeah. That is the link to the TNT's Discord for those who have not joined, for those who may be interested in joining and keeping the conversation going. More than invited over there. I appreciate everybody that pulls up. If we end up doing this thing this weekend, we will all join up and do this exact same thing, even better than today. But in the meantime, between time, y'all be good. Take care of yourselves and each other. And yeah, I'm out of here, man. Peace outside.